Somewhere between fear and fascination lies Paranormal M. We follow the trail of ghost stories, cursed objects, and the chilling unknown. Subscribe and ring the bell, because curiosity can be dangerous. Walked upon a cold gathering of sorts. This particular event occurred in the summer of 2021, so sort of a while ago. I was in San Francisco with my family. It was for my 21st birthday. And luckily enough to bring two of my friends with me, provided that they pay for their own plane tickets. The trip is going fine, and this was probably day 3 out of 5, and I think we were honestly all still deciding whether or not we liked San Francisco's unique little charm. We had an itinerary of things to do during the day, but after dinner my parents were cool with us doing whatever me and my friends wanted, and for us 3 to go out and explore. We're staying in the neighborhood of Haight-Ashbury, which is the old cliché hippie neighborhood for those of you who aren't aware. We were bored and we were in need of some cool things to find. There was this moderately sized park called Buena Vista Park, which was near where we were staying, which is geographically in the dead center of San Francisco. It looked interesting, and it was a circular park that had trails that steadily wrapped around the park, increasing in elevation till you got to the peak. The peak looked like it was around 500 feet tall, if I were to guess, and it was heavily forested. Our main goal was to ascend to the top via the trails, so we could reach the top and hopefully get a cool view. At this point, it was already relatively late, probably around 10 or 11. Can't remember specifically since it was a while ago. And this is where things get weird. First off, the park was very quiet, and upon first entering, it seemed like there was no one else there, and changed after walking up the trails for a few minutes. We started to spot other people. What was instantly very strange was the way these people were moving through the park. Generally, they were headed the same direction as us, well, seemingly. Also, they were trying to reach the peak, I guess, but the strange part was that they all seemed to be wanting to keep a very low profile. Every person we spotted on the trail either had a hood up or their head down real low. Now, when I say hood, I don't mean the stereotypical cold rope hood, just wearing a generic black or gray hoodie. Another strange detail was that every person we saw was walking alone. Some were on the same trail as us, but walking slow, so we would gently have to pass them. Others were skipping the trails altogether and walking toward the park directly, going straight through the trees and bushes. And by this point, there were no sirens going off in my head. It was a little strange for sure, but I already at this point learned that San Fran was a strange city anyways, not to look too deeply into it. In hindsight, though, it was very odd the way that they were all walking solo, and not in the way somebody might go about strolling through a park. Some kind of seriousness to them, and they individually all seemed to be walking with intent. Also, they were dead silent. Most of the time, I didn't even perceive them until we got within around 20 feet away from them. Kept on for around 10 minutes, maybe 20. That was until we reached the starting of the peak, and all in all, we had probably encountered around 5 of these people. Eventually, we were at the peak itself, which was a spot where the trees had cleared, and there was a fairly large grass patch at the top of the hill. Due to this, there wasn't a ton of trees blocking the city skyline. So me and my friend sat down for probably around 10 minutes. We just were checking out the skyline. After that, I suppose we all had gotten our fill of it, and we were ready to head back. And this is where it gets very weird. As we started to walk off the grass patch where the sort of downward tree line and trail began, again we saw them. Not just 5 or so people we saw going up this path. It was more like a lot more people this time, maybe 20. And this is when my heart just completely sank. I immediately knew something was off. My hairs were standing and every ounce of my body, including my gut reaction, was just shooting through the roof. These people that were clustered had only been around 75 feet away from where we were, They were checking out the view without us even knowing. There wasn't a single sound, not a word spoken, nothing at all. It had also sank in that these people were probably checking us out the whole time, and we were sitting and we hadn't even known. Same as before, they were all dressed in dark clothes. Not all hoods, but very sort of stealthy clothing. There was no face I could make out with any degree of detail, but it was dark. Something about these people were off, and all three of us knew it. We didn't say anything to each other, since we would have been heard, and the silence was deafening. They were all standing around, not clustered, like how a large group of people might cluster to socialize and mingle. They were just standing around, not saying a word or looking at each other. The worst part was that they were all staring us down, all of them. The look felt hostile and mainly gave me an impression of being unwelcome. It was like as if it was very clear to them, but unbeknownst to us, that, well, we were very much not supposed to be at that location. I hate to say it, but I can now relate when somebody says they felt like somebody peered into their soul. It made me very uneasy. This was a situation where my fight or flight response was telling me to get the hell out and run. But simultaneously, for whatever reason, my gut was telling me not to show fear. It felt like I had no choice but to keep walking. Kept my eyes forward and was putting all of my effort to make my body language to come across as being sure of my surroundings. As if I was a regular to this park and knew what I was doing. We had to keep walking toward them. This was the only entrance back to the trail that we all knew, which they were blocking, by the way. As we approached, there were two of them, and in particular, they were standing at the sides of the trail. One of my friends was with me, later described as like they were centurion guards guarding something. Eventually, the cluster sort of made way for us to get back onto the path, and they kind of changed their formation. It was very unsettling. The whole time, eye contact had not been broken from them. They were all still silently staring at us, and at this point they were lined up on the sides of the trail, as if we were walking down a wedding aisle or something. Since we were so close, I was able to take in more details of their demeanor and body language. The stares weren't only hostile, it felt like they were looking at us like we were prey. My fight or flight was still firing off even stronger at this point, and it felt like at a moment's notice they were going to swoop in and do something. My approach changed, and instead of coming across as being sure-footed and casual, I went into straight defense mode. I stared right back at them and did my best to make it come across to them that I was highly aware of them and not afraid. I remember there was one guy in particular that we sort of looked at each other for 2 or 3 seconds. He had black hair and was balding, but that's the only details I could really make out. Eventually we made it through this group and had reached the end of the line that they had made themselves parallel to the trail. We kept walking, but could feel them still staring us down. Still not a single word had been said. We kind of calmly kept walking down the trail until we were out of earshot and started instantly freaking out. I don't know what we stumbled into. I don't know if that was a cult or what kind of a group it was. The silence was very unsettling. The feeling of being unwelcome was quite apparent. Eventually made it out of the park using the trail, and we're all very much shook. It was weird being in a situation that didn't have any direct dangerous elements. But it did feel like it could have been if we had done the slightest thing wrong. I don't know if I acted how you're supposed to in those situations, but it very much felt like we stumbled upon the lion's den or something very bad could have happened to us. Overall, I didn't like San Francisco very much. It was definitely a weird and creepy city, but nothing came close to that. The main goal of writing this post is to get it off my chest and, well, maybe ask for your opinions or theories on what the hell we might have encountered that night. Yeah, it's kind of weird there. This is what real sleep paralysis vampires look like. During the 2 times I had sleep paralysis, I witnessed a female creature was taking on the forms I desired, as if she could enter my subconscious and find the ideal type of woman that I like. And the first time, I remember being in a sort of very vivid dream. I was in a place that looked like an empty and dark supermarket, and in front there were glass doors and windows. Outside, you could see the fire, as if a dry place were inside hell or something like that. Suddenly, I realized that I was lying on a Baroque-style bed in dark red colors. Soon, in the darkness, the creature appears. I saw that it was a very well-known face. I knew who it was, but I saw that it wasn't what I thought. I could imitate, or it seemed it could imitate people's faces, but it couldn't change the shape of her female body, which was slightly reddish with snail-shaped horns and wings. Trapped me in some way that I couldn't move. And then we had sexual intercourse while she bit me on the neck, and I quickly returned to normal sleep. When I woke up very tired. When I entered the bathroom and washed my face, I saw 2 marks on my neck, as if they were made with red pen. When I touched it, it hurt a lot. I decided to just leave it alone. Maybe it would soon heal. When I went back to the room and opened the window, I saw my pillow with a blood stain on it. And from that moment on, I knew that this was not just my imagination, but real. And the second time, it took about 2 years, and it was similar, but in a different place. It was in a medieval castle or fortress, and it was all made of stone and had the same creature. From the windows, I could also see the fire outside as she made love to me. When I woke up, I knew that it had happened again. Turned on the light in the room and saw the pillow with blood on it again. When I looked in the mirror, the same teeth mark was there on my neck. Some say I had an experience on a threshold, but nobody can say for sure. Incubus, succubus is very obvious, but neither I nor anyone else saw anything suck blood during that experience. Snail horns. My painting teacher might be a witch, and I'm low-key terrified. She told us her grandmother was literally a witch. Not the cartoon kind, but like a real one who did spells and stuff. And her mom, well, apparently she can heal people with her hands. No joke. Like if somebody's in pain and she touches the spot, her hands heat up a lot and then the pain just goes away. My teacher says she inherited that too, the healing thing, but she refuses to use it. She saw what it did to her mom after healing people. Her mom would be wrecked, like major headaches and feeling sick, and sometimes even pain in the same spot that she had healed. Almost like she took it on herself. So yeah, my teacher has the gift, but she's like, nope, which honestly is pretty fair. She also told us that most of the freaky stuff, like in the dreams, the death wishes that come true, the weird intuitive hits, all of this used to happen when she was deep into meditation and spiritual practice. Back then, she was super connected to that side of herself. She used to meditate a lot and open herself up and do all kinds of spiritual work, and that's when things would get intense. But now she avoids doing those things. Meditation, spiritual connection, and, well, anything that opens that quote-unquote channel. She says the more connected she gets, the stronger the effects are, and it scares her. But wait, it gets creepier. She had dreams where people, family or close friends, say goodbye to her the night before they die. And this has happened more than once. She'll dream of somebody that she hasn't seen in a while, and they say goodbye in the dream. Then the next day, she gets the call that they died. And that's not even the wildest part. She also says that if she truly wishes somebody dead, like with a real deep emotion, it happens, like they die, and it happened twice. First one. Family member who apparently was awful to everybody. One day she just thought, honestly, if he died, we'd all be better off. Really felt it. And a few weeks later, dead. Second one, her first love. They're super close, she was deeply in love with him, but he left her, and can't remember the exact details, but she was heartbroken. At some point she said, I hope he gets hit by a truck. Well, 2 weeks later he got run over, and what's extra creepy was they were still together. Kept having dreams about him dying in a car accident. She even warned him once, "Don't go out driving tonight." He didn't take it seriously, and yeah, truck. Bonus story. She moved from Russia to Spain for this guy. When she got there, broke up with her, just left her stranded in a new country. She wished he'd go to jail, and now there's rumors he might actually be in prison. Like, what the hell? And honestly, she's such a lovely person, kind and warm and artistic, but something deep and heavy underneath the surface, like it carries this power that she didn't ask for and doesn't really want. Anyway, had to get this out of my system. Feels like I'm living in the first chapter of a horror movie. I'm not even mad about it. Looking for help with a very difficult paranormal situation. About 3 years ago, I came into contact with a particular group of Norwegian artists, all of whom are heavily involved in the occult. Immediately, they began invading my mind telepathically, stopping me from sleeping and gaslighting me, using heavy cult brainwashing tactics, destroying my confidence. Any time I reach a state of confidence or self-esteem, I can viscerally feel them using magic to reach into my energy and switch it off. I've gone from a strong, motivated, strong-willed, proud, confident person with a high sense of self-worth into a brainwashed, heavily weak and controlled person. They're trying to destroy me and replace it with something else. And the someone else that they're trying to turn me into is a type of lowest of the low. Submissive, disgusting sex slave, and this is kind of concentrated extreme opposite of who I am as a person. They're preventing me from listening to songs that connect me to me, and personality traits that nullify what they're trying to do to me. And they've sealed off, and I can only briefly hook into. They've blocked my willpower. They've blocked all my hostility and anger. They've suppressed my sense of power, and they ranted me nonstop from sunrise to sunset. It's a constant and taxing mental effort. Distracts me at work, and they told me they intend to kill me. I just spent $500 on sleeping pills for a planned overdose. They interfere with any type of signal searching. Like, what I mean is, as I look for paths and goals and ways out, for about a quarter of a second it'll be me looking at what I want, and then they seem to knock the signal off into something they want. I don't believe this is schizophrenia. Antipsychotics do absolutely nothing. Randomly attack me with terrifying extreme occult experiences. They're trying to make me heartless and fallen and corrupt, and they seem to have the ability to go through all of my memories, even ones back in my childhood. They're trying to convince me I'm the lowest of the low, a bankrupt, corrupt piece of shit scum, interfering with my reality. I've noticed a very palpable shift in the way people in the world treat me. It's directly in line with the concept that they're trying to reinforce the bullshit in my head. When I set my mind to resisting what they're doing, my internal monologue will randomly change. My energy states change drastically every 5 minutes. My speech is a different accent every time I talk, to the point where I've basically gone mute, constantly commenting on every single thing I do in a negative way. They interfere with me at work, which makes it hard to get jobs, and they're kind of talking to me right this minute. If I connect to something I like or something I want to do, they block it. They wake me up randomly in the middle of the night and start attacking me. I like cars, so they're constantly trying to tell me that they're just for transport. Stop liking cars. They're telling me to stop listening to bands, and they're trying to get me to wear different clothes, and they're trying to get me to basically leave my whole family, trying to get me to engage in profoundly out of character behavior. And I know my natural, unmolested self would never think about or even do these things ever. I've looked over and over for a way out, and I can't find one. When I go to attempt to find one, they start telling me, "You'll never find one." And they start flooding me with distractions. Something answered us while talking about demons at midnight. Now I don't know what to do. Tonight I stayed over at my friend's apartment. She lives alone in the penthouse, the very last apartment at the top of the building. The walls are tall, made of old wood and plaster, and the place has this quiet, echoing stillness that always felt a bit off, I guess. We were sitting in the living room for hours, talking about life, and the conversation eventually shifted toward religion. I'm a deep believer. I started sharing my thoughts about Jesus and faith and the reality of the spiritual world. As we got deeper into the topic, we started talking about demonic activity, how important it is to protect ourselves spiritually, sleep paralysis, etc. At this point, it was past midnight. Now, in her living room, there's a tall library shelf filled with books. We were sitting on the sofa about 2 meters away from it when I started to feel this strange sensation. Like the atmosphere in the room changed, it got heavier. And then it happened. Out of nowhere, a book from the top shelf just fell, slammed into the floor. It was loud. Both of us jumped. And the timing was chilling. It happened just as we were talking about demons. Jesus is our savior in sleep paralysis, and she turned pale and stared at the book. I tried to stay calm, and I told her, "See? That's exactly what happens when you call them by name. They don't like it. They try to scare you." But inside, I was scared too. I didn't want to show it, though. Did not want the demonic presence in the room to feel my fear and feed off of it. Left the book on the floor and acted like nothing happened. Kept the conversation going, trying not to feed the fear. But then, at 1:20 a.m., another book fell. This time it felt intentional, like something was responding, and that was too much. Stood up and loudly called out, "In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. You are not welcome here. Leave this house now." My friend was shaking. She ran to the restroom to wash her face, on the verge of tears. We stopped talking about anything spiritual after that. She begged me not to leave. She's terrified, and honestly, I don't feel great being here either. I think my house is haunted. The first paranormal experience I had in this house was years ago. I had just woken up, went to the bathroom, passing by a hallway where we kept a fruit bowl with garlic in one of the drawers. As I walked by, I heard a loud bang behind me. When I turned around, I saw that one of the whole garlic cloves had somehow thrown itself against the wall. I tried to find a logical explanation, but there was none. The house was closed and there was no draft. The bowl was against the wall. There's no way the garlic could have launched itself like that. And after that, more strange things happened. Every time someone visits, they either get sick or worse. When my grandmother passed away, I saw a man sitting in the kitchen, dressed like somebody from the late 1800s wearing a top hat. Later I found out he was my grandmother's grandfather. The week before she died, my grandmother said she heard somebody calling her name and knocking at the door, but when she opened it, no one was there. And more recently, my mother saw a woman on her security camera, dressed in the same old-fashioned style as the man I'd seen, all in white with her hair in a bun, staring directly at the camera. Now, being home alone, I've heard somebody trying to force open the laundry gate and at the door. Last Sunday, around 5 a.m., my mom heard scratching at our door while making coffee. Even her cat reacted, sniffed the door, got goosebumps, bolted upstairs. Also heard that same scratching sound in my room while I was downstairs. My grandma's house is definitely haunted. One of my childhood houses growing up was my grandma's house. It's a small country town in the Midwest. The entire house has always had this heavy, almost oppressive air to it. My mother, sister, grandma, and I all lived in this small country-style home after my parents' divorce for a few years. That was before moving to a more suburban town. Over that time and years later, we'd all encountered different things in this house. I was around 5 or 6 when my mom bought me a bunk bed. I was excited. The The first night after putting in the bunk bed, I had woken up to my nearly pitch-dark room and had seen a dark silhouette with what looked like a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat slide out from the direction of my bedroom door. Then it approached the edge of my bed. I was so scared that all I could do was pull the covers over my head and wait until it was gone. Eventually, after, I don't know how long, it had disappeared. One night, my mom and her new boyfriend were alone in the house, watching TV on the living room couch. Behind the couches was a large window that shone out to the front yard and street. Across the room from the couch was the TV. To the left were the stairs to the upstairs bedrooms and a sort of sight line through the dining room, and another door to down in the kitchen, and to the right was a doorway to a small guest bedroom. It had beads hanging from the doorway. My mom and her boyfriend saw what they described as the dim orb float from the stairs over the TV and through the beads. The beads were disturbed slightly as it passed through them. They were very skeptical of spirits and ghosts and entities at the time, so they tried recreating it by driving the car down the road a few times, and nothing seemed to match up. My mom's boyfriend bought me a PS1. I started waking up as early as 6 a.m. to get some gaming in before everybody else woke up. In the same living room, I have seen a black figure pass through the aforementioned kitchen door toward the basement door, which was located in the kitchen. Then on separate occasions, my mom seen a figure. It leaned around that corner as if peeking to see what she was doing. There was an occasion where there was a bat that had somehow gotten into the house only to disappear without a trace. No open doors prior to seeing it inside, and no way for it to escape. We've held small get-togethers and picnics in the yard, more than a few times. My uncles say that he's seen a figure of a stark white woman standing behind the thin curtains of my bedroom window on the second floor, only to go into the house and find it completely empty. My grandma had seen the same figure, but swears that she must have been seeing things. She's a complete non-believer in this sort of thing. My sister hasn't seen anything, but she's heard somebody rattle the handle to her bedroom door and also heard heavy boots walking down the hall between our room and the downstairs. The weirdest thing about this place is the basement at the end of the kitchen. It's one of those spaces that you'd have to crouch to walk down a couple of stairs to get to and still crouch in order to fit in. It's filled almost completely with sand, so it's impossible to get into. To this day, my grandma still lives there. Says that she hears footsteps, but says that it's just the house settling. And I've seen her cat staring into corners, and on one occasion tracking something unseen, moving across the dining room. The air in that place never changed from feeling strange. I'm glad to be out of that place. Still gives me goosebumps talking about it. Do spirits intentionally annoy? The most recent occurrence I've experienced is with a cheap scarf my partner got in an estate sale. It has those small foil coin beads on it in places. I woke up this morning suddenly, about an hour before my alarm. I just find it hung itself in a precarious and like a bathroom curtain rod and wasn't falling. I took a photo of the coins, thinking that maybe it was the source of some beef the house spirits might have. I didn't recognize the print, but I suspect it might be some sort of cheap Oriental trading post cultural appropriation per usual. I took a photograph of it on the railing and frowned at the quality of the picture. I whispered to myself, thinking out loud, maybe a rubbing. A second later, I saw my little invisible pest pluck one of the coins off and drop it right at my feet, 2 feet away from the curtain rod it was on. Just floated over, dropped, and landed flat, heavy side up. I found the symbols don't match any language and were just artistic gibberish. Spent an hour looking it up this morning, annoyed at the result. Checked Google Lens, Bing translator apps, and cheap knockoff products, and my books on symbols and talismans, and there's nothing. Then I had a thought. Maybe this was the intent after all. I mean, I've never had any malicious interactions with fae or pixies or house spirits or familiars or whatever. and I have performed and have had, house cleansings and sort of vigilante exorcisms without Vatican approval or anything. And that was for actual malicious spirits in the past, the kind that drain their victims, like banging on windows and pyromancy and dark spots, painful night terrors and breaking things and shouting. But I know this one is different, and in my research I can't explain its behavior. Sometimes I believe it's actually trying to help me, but that might just be my own self-sabotage, which I have considered, stuff like stopping me from performing a task that I find out later might not have been good for myself. That getting held back on tasks has not been good for my ADHD. The last thing I need is more distractions or casual obsessions. Helpful cryptids. I had a strange sort of run-in after an even stranger series of events, and I have seen a lot of things, but never anything like this. It was some sort of big white cat-looking thing, almost like those money statue things, like proportions, smoother though. Face looked odd, and it was smiling like a Cheshire cat and standing on some sort of pedestal or rock of about the same size. It was about 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. We have a giant mirror in our dining room, and I can see it from the hallway when entering our living room. I saw it there first, but when I turned to look at it in the room, all I saw was an afterimage of, I'm guessing, what I thought was there. It's really hard to tell what just happened, and only saw it for a moment, so I could have been hallucinating. But it had a very bizarre effect on me. Peace. I felt lighter and more awake, and there was a brief sense of shock and unease, but passed just as quickly as it arrived. Never had a truly, really positive experience with a cryptid like that, and unprepared for any sort of knowledge, having always studied how to ward off things rather than attracting any. And if it was paranoia, I would expect to feel, paranoid. Lack of sleep, heart racing. Might be some sort of third thing. But if anybody has a suggestion, let me know. I don't know what to make of it. We all know about Mothman and angel sightings, but vaguely middle-of-the-road fae folk, but what of house spirits or others? It is rare to non-existent I ever come across anything like this. Anybody know what it might be, or seen it before, or had similar stories of somewhat cheerful or helpful cryptids? Did I grow up with a poltergeist? Recently, I began revisiting memories of the house I grew up in the north of England. While I've spent many years in denial, the more events that I remember and add up, I'm starting to accept that the house was probably haunted, or at least had strong echoes of something negative. I'd love to know what you think. It was recently suggested to me that the house may have had some sort of poltergeist that you'll see why as you read below. I want to preface this by saying that individually each event seems maybe explainable, but I feel they all add up to a pretty clear picture. I'll begin with my events and move on to events experienced by others. So on to the story. So for a bit of history, the house is in a small hamlet in the moors. It's a relatively modern house with mod cons, and there's nothing about the appearance of the house inside or out that screams creepy. However, the house did have a negative history before my family moved in. Nothing so dramatic as murders, but it was well known by the people of the street that many young happy families had moved into this house. And within a year or two, the families had fallen apart in messy and sometimes violent divorces. Simply put, many happy families entered and quickly left broken down and separated. Prior to my family, the family before, it had been through the same. After the father left following divorce, the mother, previously successful and respected in the community, began to be unemployed and turned to drugs. The house became somewhat of a drug den. The neighbor boy in one attached house who became my friend later, I'm going to call him John for this story. He told me he would often see the mother of that family hanging out and would eventually be by my bedroom window, vomiting repeatedly. He'd sometimes hear her yelling when she seemed to be alone. Yeah, possibly drugs or relationship breakdown psychosis, I know, so I'll continue. My family moved in when I was 8, and at that time, my parents were employed and the family was happy and stable. My older siblings had left home, so it was me, my parents, and my sister who were 3 when we moved in. The house was immediately off-putting to me, unlike other houses in the area, which sort of shared an identical design and layout. Our house didn't seem to allow light in beyond the windows. Despite large windows and bright interior paint, there is always a gloom inside the house, even in the blazing sunshine in summer. Almost as though the house were sad or depressed. Not sure the right words. My bedroom was the worst. It was so dark, no matter how we tried to improve it, it felt constantly like I was being watched from a particular corner of the room. You know when somebody's staring at you in that creepy way that makes your skin crawl and hairs on your neck stand up? There was never a moment in that room where I did not feel that. So next door, the house was attached to my house. John had a big sister, and John told me she had once sort of played around with the spirit board with her friends. He told me that they were laughing and joking and provoking something to do something already during a sleepover, and that the sister's bed had suddenly lifted and slammed against the wall and dropped. The girl screamed. They ran, threw the board in the trash outside, and never did anything like that again. However, they did continue to explore various occult and witchcraft practices within their house. That's counterintuitive. So that was second-hand as an event, but sure, it since occurred to me that they never closed that board at all, and perhaps that factored into the rest of this tale, but on to more direct events. In my bedroom, I had raised bed like a bunk bed with no bottom bunk. My TV was across the room and much lower than the bed, and I'd lay on my side watching TV at night. One night at around 2 or 3 a.m., I'm still awake watching the TV on a very low volume. That way I wouldn't get into trouble for being awake. A late-night tele-ad came on, advertising some sort of cleaning product as a cure-all incredible product. Then right next to my head, clear as day, an elderly woman's voice said, "What a load of old shite." I almost had a heart attack, but I was too scared to move or do anything. It did not happen again. Might sound funny, but it wasn't at all. It was very frightening. Next in my room, I used to make stop-motion videos for early YouTube when the platform first launched. I was once making a video where I had various action figures sat on a shelf, and while looking through the lens of my digital camera, one of the toys turned its head and looked at me, then immediately looked straight ahead again. And it was not subtle. There was an audible click, like the click that its head turned and turned back, and no, the toy was not mechanical in any sense. My blood turned to pure ice in that moment. And I don't know for how long I was frozen in that terror pose. I felt something awful would happen if I attempted to move at all. One night when I woke up in the dark, I heard clicking, and then my digital camera on my bookshelf across the room. It switched on and began cycling through photos. I heard the whir and buzz of the camera lens extending mechanically. Then the screen lit up and it began cycling. It didn't cycle at an even pace like a slideshow. It lingered for much longer on photos of my sister and me. Skipped over photos of the animals and my toys. This one's a bit stranger, but it may be relevant. My father built a large swing set and surrounded this area with thousands of pebbles. My friends and I would play there with our Lego Star Wars toys. My friend's pride and joy was his Luke Skywalker figure. And once when playing, he lost the hair of the Luke Skywalker among the pebbles. And when I say we spent the following months looking, I mean it. We turned over every pebble on various occasions searching for that hair, but never did. It became a running joke that we would find it on Judgment Day or whatever. When we did eventually try to move, skipping ahead, but it is relevant. My mother kept getting house offers, which always sort of fell through. My friend joked with me that he'd probably find that damned Luke Hare the day I moved. And on the third day of moving out, he tripped over and the pebbles fell hard and began laughing hysterically. He stood up with Luke's hair in his hand, laughing through tears. It felt like a deliberate wink from a conscious force, if that makes sense. We had quite vicious lightning storms on the moorland sometimes. One time I'm in bed, and each flash of lightning I saw faces shifting within the uneven wallpaper. It looked like two faces alternated. One was a veiled woman with hands clasped in prayer. The other was a screaming, weathered face with swept horns. I was terrified as I watched it unfold. One of the most disturbing and strange one, in my opinion, is Home Alone with Dad. He and I watching a new DVD, an action movie. He paused the DVD and I went to the kitchen to grab another beer. When he went in the kitchen, the paused TV screen switched to a screen of writhing maggots taking up the whole screen. And from the speakers came the sound of metal scraping on metal. In the center of the screen, trembling white letters read, 1 in 5 members of your family will drop dead of heart disease. It vanished as suddenly as it appeared, and back to the paused action movie. I said nothing to my dad, who aggressively dismissed anything supernatural. Now for the events of others. My mother once came home early from work. They found teenage John, a neighborhood boy, sat on his own doorstep. She said he looked so pale and wide-eyed. My mother asked John what was wrong, and he looked so shaken. John said that he had been sitting in his own living room and had suddenly seen orbs emerge and begin circling the room. He was so frightened he planned to wait outside until his mother and sister returned home. My mother invited him inside her house, but he declined. He sat on the step all day and said that he would. While sleeping over in the downstairs guest bedroom, my nan woke up in the early hours and saw many golden orbs floating around the living room gently. She says that she didn't feel afraid at all, and I'm not sure if this is because my nan is a deeply faithful woman who prays daily, or if the golden orbs were different from the frightening orbs John saw. Further, while sleeping over on a separate night, my nan almost had a heart attack when she was woken in the night by my sister's Halloween dollhouse triggering randomly. The lights all began flashing, and the speaker on the house played the witch cackle on a loop, and this lasted for a minute before it stopped abruptly. There was a large, double foggy glass door separating the guest room from the living room, and when closed, people in the guest bedroom would often see movement or shadows darting across the living room when the living room was empty. My nan threw up at the doors, found nothing, demanding any wicked spirit reveal themselves, but nothing happened. My parents rapidly had a behavior shift after moving in. My mother became weak and withdrawn and frightened of everything. My father became aggressive and occasionally violent and ultimately had an affair. They separated and I didn't see him again for years. My mother became an alcoholic from the pain and the stress. Also, maybe not related, but I had several prophetic dreams while living in this house, and not before or since then. For example, I dreamed so vividly of playing in my friend's garden. That's when we heard a yell and a bang from next door. And moments later, their neighbor's dog came through a hole in the fence and mauled to death my friend's dog. Very next day, when playing in my friend's garden, the events unfolded exactly as in the dream. The yell and the bang came from next door and reacted so fast knowing that the next dog would come through the fence, grabbed a metal bin lid and ran with all my weight against the hole in the fence, right as the neighbor dog slammed into my body. I began yelling to my friends to help me, fucking help me. And they did, for long enough for their dad to come out, drag the dog away, and then go around to yell at the neighbor for their recklessness. At home, I cried at the surreality of it all. I began having more and more premonition dreams, began revealing adult secrets to them, which got so freaky for the adults that my grandma began taking me to church regularly and essentially forcing me to pray. Later began waking up in the dark, staring at myself in the bathroom mirror. Very occasionally, a young woman was looking back at me for a second or two. The smoke alarms would also often scream randomly in the night, despite being replaced often and having batteries constantly replaced. Also because it might tie in. My mother once caught me looking at porn at that curious age, and I was in trouble. While I didn't do it again for many years, the computer in my room would often suddenly come on in the night immediately, loudly playing a video of a moaning woman. I'd have to dive to mute it several times, but not every time. I was given a very aggressive lecture by my mother, who thought I had somehow gotten around her firewalls, which I hadn't. And finally, just this very week, when talking to my nan about this, she told me that my dad would never allow the lights in this house to be off at night. No exceptions in the hallways. And all I thought was, my dad? The hard-as-nails Special Forces veteran who believes in nothing? I need insight for this experience. This experience was during COVID lockdown, so a lot of my friends in early to mid-20s were getting together pretty regularly to party and play video games, or watch whatever game was on that night. He doesn't smoke inside his house, so always went to his basement or front porch to smoke weed or cigarettes, which was pretty often. His house was a 1920s or 30s build, nearly 100 years old, and had a lot of wood flooring and weird coal chute in the basement. There was another room in the basement that was underneath his front porch and used to be a garage that connected to this alleyway. I don't know, the house just always had this weird vibe to me. So one night I head over with plans to meet another friend at house 1. We get ready to go smoke downstairs. It's the middle of winter, so not going out in the front porch. We rolled up a blunt to smoke. I smoked way too many cigarettes, so immediately I lit up a cigarette while they smoked the first round of the blunt, and this night I hadn't smoked or drank at all. Well, yet. But we're chatting in a circle formation, kind of, and ready to pass the blunt and go back upstairs, and there's a doorway in a room behind friend 2, and friend 1 is sitting on the stairs. I'm kind of in the middle of the room and can see both the doorways and the stairs, and all of a sudden I go to grab the blunt, and as I'm returning from grabbing it, I see something out of the corner of my eye over friend 2's shoulder. It was a transparent mist of a body shape, more like a torso with arms. I couldn't see and didn't notice a head and feet, and immediately physically reacted and flinched and yelled, "Holy shit, did you guys see that?" Both my friends looked at me crazy. They asked what, and neither of them had a view of the doorway behind friend 2, though. So I recognized that they wouldn't have been able to see it anyway and just dropped it. But I'd seen something there, 1000%. I don't know what it was, but I also got a very uneasy feeling as soon as I laid eyes on it. For maybe 0.05 seconds, like I did, like a "you're being watched" kind of feeling. So we finished the blunt, went upstairs, and didn't say anything about it until I talked to friend 1 way later the next year, springtime. I asked him, "Did you really not see anything, or have you never seen anything here?" He said no, and I wanted to drop this conversation immediately, sort of a tone, which wasn't really like him. But he subsequently moved less than a year later. That's when his lease was up. Which I thought was weird because he's a single guy paying $500 a month for rent for a 3-bedroom, 2-story, so needed new roof and windows, but it was relatively untouched inside. Beautiful house, actually. I've just always looked back at this story and don't particularly believe in ghosts, and honestly, can't come up with anything else other than just that. I was pretty fucking freaked out that night, and honestly, I still am. I'd love nothing more than to have this explained sort of anyway. I don't know, maybe a mirage or some strange fog. Maybe the walls were lined with asbestos and I was hallucinating. I don't know, I'm up for anything. Any explanation that genuinely makes sense. Disturbing dreams where others are affected, but not me. Dream 1, yesterday night. I dreamt I was sleeping beside my wife under a bedsheet. Suddenly, I wake up in the dream and she's talking to someone on the roof on top of us. I felt eerie. In the dream, I scolded her, saying, "How many times have I told you not to take your face out of the bedsheet?" As if in dream it felt like I already encountered the same situation. Then I pulled her back, covered her face again. And that's when I woke up in real life. I was so scared that I didn't open my eyes at all. I just stayed frozen in place, pretending to sleep until morning, and it felt too real. Dream 2, last night. I visited a married friend who lives with her husband and daughter. After I left, the dream followed her husband's point of view. He was making tea or coffee in the kitchen. My friend was changing clothes in another room and suddenly started speaking in a weird, abnormal way, as if she was talking to someone invisible. At first, the husband thought she was doing something random, but when it didn't stop, he got concerned and went to check. Right as he knocked on the door, I woke up again, feeling uneasy. And both times, I'm not the one being attacked or affected directly, but I feel the fear deeply. I also wake up with this weird sense of dread, like something spiritual or unknown is lingering. I don't know if these dreams mean something, or if my brain is just overactive, but I've never had dreams like this before. Now I'm anxious and sleeping badly. Strange experience. Need help identifying what it was. Me and a group of 5 girls are staying at a cabin in the woods. It's not near people at all, and we had a terrifying experience. We were all talking really loudly, having a campfire. And at about 11:30 p.m., even louder than us, we heard an unsettling, childlike laugh sound. It lasted about 6 seconds. We all interrupted it differently, and I heard like a malicious children's laugh. Others felt like it was a laugh, but a cry for help at the same time. It was so unsettling and loud, so much louder than us, and sounded like it was so close to us. We all made eye contact and said it's time to leave, and grabbed our stuff and ran inside the cabin. On our way to the door, I heard some rustling sound from the tall grass. Felt like it was so close and watching me. We all agreed it just didn't make any sense. We were so isolated from everyone, and it was such a loud child's laugh. We felt like we might possibly have opened ourselves to something, since we did tarot cards and happened maybe 10 minutes after the readings. Can anybody help identify what we might have heard and why? Edit. I feel very confident it was something paranormal, not an animal. It was exactly like a child, but what kind of paranormal? My dad and I heard my mom several times after she died, and I think my cat sees her sometimes. In October of 2023, my mom took her own life. She didn't pass my parents' house, but in a psych hospital 3 days after taking a lot of clonazepam. One of the days she was in the hospital, still alive, my dad heard her clear as day say something to him while he was in the dining room. He jumped back and thought he was going to have to call the cops because she had escaped the hospital. She was on involuntary lockdown. She wasn't there, and he was also being woken up, like many nights for about 6 months, to her calling for him. This could be explained away as just dreaming while in grief, but he would say it seemed so real. I lived out of state at the time, so I immediately flew home for a week. Before she died, I called my parents a few times just to check in, and I always called my dad's phone when I knew they had just finished breakfast. I was 3 hours behind them. They'd both say hello in a silly tone, and my dad followed by my mom. After she passed, though, I called my dad just about every day, just to check in on him. And on a few occasions, I heard her hello after his hello, quite clearly. Didn't happen every time, but maybe 2 or 3 times. That following Christmas, a couple of months later, I flew home again, and for some context, she loved imitating the sounds the cat makes right after they would make them. One of them, named Olive, cried at the door wanting to be out of the afternoon, and I was there. I said, "What do you want?" just teasing her as I walked up to let her out. She cried again really loud, and I heard my mom's imitation of her clear as day from behind me. Sounded like the timbre and the volume as she had always had when she did this. After this, I never heard her again. Me and my cat Chloe moved back home with my dad in March of 2024. My dad said he stopped having the weird dreams of her calling for him last summer, right after he had a bunch of issues with AFib and was in and out of the hospital. Sometimes I think my cat sees her. She used to peek around the corner of the hallway into her bedroom if a cat was on the bed. She's really short and her head came right up to the top of the light switch in the hallway. I now sleep in her bedroom, and sometimes, when Chloe's sitting on the foot of the bed in the evening, she'll suddenly fixate on that area of the room. She'll make the same cute face she makes at me when I'm admiring her and making kissing noises. She looks right toward that light switch when this happens. She doesn't do this as much as she used to, but it was happening quite frequently for a while. My mom and I didn't always have the best relationship, but I do miss her a lot. I hope she really is paying us a visit from time to time. Dreams and spirits. So last time I posted here, I was struggling with what to do with my pull, quote-unquote, towards spirituality, and you all offered some helpful advice and encouragement. I read into some occult stuff and started to actually be led to Christianity, and I know it's kind of wild. At first, it was really helpful for me. I felt connected to something that was much bigger than me. I felt comforted by it. It wasn't anything like I had expected it to feel like, and I was surprised by how different Christians portray the Christian God. There was even a night where I was in a lot of distress and crying, and I heard him speak to me. "It's okay, you'll be okay," he whispered to me, and I was overcome by peace. But throughout all of this, I felt this urge to do more, like I was meant to do more. I held off from trying anything for fear and looking crazier, that I would mess up and damn myself to hell. No matter how much I prayed or cried, asking him why I felt this way, was the only thing he wouldn't answer. He answered all my prayers about bringing certain family and friends to him, and he helped me overcome a lot of my depression and anxiety. But as the days went on, I had dreams about things I'd never dreamt about before. Things that felt real. I was more tapped into whatever spiritual gifts I had than ever, but he wouldn't tell me why or why we used them. So eventually I gave up. I strayed. I left him. But the worst part is I can still feel whatever I was connected to. If it was God or not, I don't know. I have no ill feelings toward the being. I've just given up hope. Most days I wish that I could forget about every paranormal experience I've ever had, so that way I could truly believe that the afterlife is just lights out for all of us. Sadly, I can't forget. A few nights ago, while I'm wide awake in my bed, I heard a woman whispering into my ear. At the moment I knew exactly what she was saying, but after I verbally told her to stop it, she said in a stern voice like a mother would, "You're doing it again." I have no idea what this means, and I can only assume she's talking about me blocking out my spirituality, but I'm not really sure. I've been considering trying to figure it out on my own, but I thought I'd come here and ask for your guys' opinions. My experience on the USS Missouri. My fiancé and I got stationed at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. As a massive sheriff fan, I was, the first thing we did tourist-wise was to Ford Island. Alrighty then. When I went on the USS Missouri, something manifested itself as my fiancé in front of me, even though he was on a whole other part of the ship. To add more detail, my friend and I were together when we both saw this thing. I accidentally spoke to it thinking it was him. There was no way it was him because there was no other exit of the room but past me. He was nowhere to be found when I turned away for a split second. Then, about a week later, I started getting terrible day terrors and nightmares, a feeling of unshakable dread at all times, and a feeling like I was being watched or followed. Also a feeling of like a sinister grin that I can't explain. I mentioned it to my friend who happened to be a Wiccan. We did not a carrot card. a tarot card reading. It revealed something was indeed following and attached to me. Didn't want to be detected and became angry and started giving me homicidal and suicidal thoughts and urges. When I told it to leave, I got this sharp pain in my side, like something stabbed me. My friend later did a cleansing, gave me a charm which did help. And since then, I haven't been able to see paranormal content or look at liminal spaces the same way. And that's a bonus story. I also work at the furniture store in the Hickam Exchange Complex. I've heard many stories of paranormal encounters here. I'll share more about those stories at another time, but the feeling of unease also happens here too. Who is this woman or male I keep seeing? I had a medium come over for my boyfriend's birthday. The medium brought up this woman that I keep seeing. I couldn't believe that she knew who I was talking about. She told me the woman was lost. She was sad and she didn't know why she was there. She wasn't sure if she knew me, but for some reason this medium knew that I kept seeing this apparition of this woman. And I haven't seen her in my dreams, only in person sometimes. She comes behind people and stands there. The medium said that woman had been trying to reach me in her dreams, but she keeps failing. My whole friend group knows about her. No one else has seen her but me. Sometimes she'll open her mouth and point like she's trying to tell me something. She's about 5'8", and she has blue jeans on, almost like a bright-colored long-sleeved shirt. She has dark shoulder-length hair and a longer nose. She'll pop out of nowhere, and I haven't seen her anywhere else beside my home, just standing at different locations of the house. I don't feel threatened. I don't really think she's harmful. I don't know how to contact her, and I don't know if she's strong enough for me to even communicate with her. There's also a male figure that lives in my home. He just comes as a shadow. He loves bluegrass and country, and he often turns on my TV or my Alexa and plays random country music. He is angry, and that's all I know. He's angry and he died, and I heard footsteps and weird noises while me and my boyfriend were watching TV in my bedroom. I heard loud music in the living room. My roommate wasn't home at the time. We were alone. We stopped the TV we were watching, and the music was blasting in the living room. He grabbed a knife thinking somebody was in the house. I opened the bedroom door. We walked down the hallway to the TV. TV was blasting 96 volume playing a YouTube video that was just country. And I don't listen to country. As soon as I turn the corner to record the video, it stops and goes to YouTube screen with all the accounts that are shown on it. Then we hear the same music start over in my bedroom. And I don't know what to do or where to go, but I felt it walking around the room with me. The remotes were in a glass container in the middle of the coffee table. To connect to my YouTube, you need a code, and to be on my Wi-Fi. Checked my history, and there was no such video on it. No country, no music, no video. That was about 6 months ago. 2 months ago, the Alexa turned on blasting country music too. Could have sworn I unplugged it. I learned to live with them, but I don't know why they're here, and I know it's not the home itself haunted, but I have video of the TV, audio of the medium. I have video of the TV and audio of the medium. A little bit confusing, but I'm with you. Dark roads, haunted halls, whispers in the woods. This is Paranormal M. Every episode invites you to listen to what others pretend not to see. Subscribe and tap the bell so you're not the last to know. Childhood apartment experiences. I spent my entire childhood living in one apartment. It's in a building that used to be an ice storage place, where you'd buy ice blocks before refrigerators even existed. I'm not super sure about deaths before it became an apartment building, but after it did, there have been many. The first encounter I had was when I was about 4, and I remember it vividly. My mom put me to bed for a nap, and being a fussy child, I didn't want to sleep, so I just laid in bed angry. While I'm laying there, I hear my mom's voice gently saying my name, telling me to come into a room. Thinking I'd won, I didn't have to nap anymore. I happily walked into her room. When I walked into the door, my mom got mad and asked what I was doing out of bed. I told her that she'd called me in. She said that she didn't and sent me back. Throughout my childhood, I had little encounters like every time I was in the main bathroom and everybody else was asleep, I hear somebody in the heels, like pacing back and forth. They were in front of the door, and as soon as I opened the door, it stopped. I would also get grabbed or touched randomly when I was alone. Call me crazy, but the touching felt like a man with big rough hands. Never happened when the lady in the heels was in front of the bathroom door. She was protecting me, I think. The aggressive encounters only ever came from the man, never the woman. One encounter I had with the male was I was sitting on my bed, which was on the side of my room, looking at my dresser. It's the opposite side. I'm sitting completely still when a pair of headphones, the big ugly ones from the 90s, they come literally flying off of my dresser and land on my feet. Another small thing that happened was there's a chair sitting against the wall facing my door. Whenever I'd be sitting alone in my room at night, the chair would start creaking as if somebody was in it. The biggest encounter I've had so far is this. It was around 1 or 2 a.m. and I'm bored and I can't sleep, so I'm kind of quietly listening to the radio, looking up at the ceiling when I feel something. I look in front of me, and at the foot of my bed there's 2 small children holding hands and looking at me. There's a boy around 9 years old and a girl around 6. They're dressed in Victorian-era clothes, and they're standing there looking at me. I was fully awake and could fully move my body. They were completely white. They were gray. And when I said hello, they just faded away and never saw them again. I'm not sure about most of the presences, but the one I'm pretty sure I know who it is the man. And in my building, there's a big open space in the middle. There's 8 floors. I live on the 8th, and I didn't know it at the time, but a man had recently climbed into the railing in front of my door and jumped to the bottom and died. I don't know how to explain it, but I just know that's who it is. Call me crazy, but I don't care. Ask Reddit. Friend told me a story about his family when they moved to the U.S. after escaping from Cambodia. The first house they moved in was built before World War II, and it had a bomb shelter. The door to the bomb shelter would open and close at night. 12 people from his family had moved into this house, but no one wanted to sleep in the room to the bomb shelter, since the room gave off a cold feeling. His uncle, who was a rebellious teenager at the time, decided to take the room and would complain about the door randomly opening at night. He decided to push a dresser in front of it. That is when things started to escalate. The door wouldn't open, but now his uncle would hear knocking from behind the door. The knocks on the door grew as time went on. People would also start waking at 3 a.m. in the morning at random. One day, the knocking became so loud that it was heard by everyone in the house. After that day, his uncle told the family about it, and everybody decided they would stay in the room that night. That night, everybody stayed in the room. They all heard the knock, knock, knock sound multiple times throughout the night. And in the morning, Grandma, who was sensitive to spiritual stuff since she grew up near a Buddhist monastery, she told everybody about the spirit behind the door. She said it was the spirit of a woman who was murdered by her husband in the 1940s. She wanted to wander around the house to escape the bomb shelter where her body was hidden after she was murdered. Apparently, the woman was an adulterer When her husband found out about the affair, he brutally murdered her, then dismembered her and hid her body in the bomb shelter. Grandma decides that Uncle must keep the door unlocked and let the spirit wander the house at night. They must tolerate the spirit until they can move out. Uncle decides to follow what Grandma said, and he unblocks the door, and nothing happens for several weeks except for there being chilly spots around the house. However, after several weeks, Uncle grows tired of the door opening every night and decides that he ain't afraid of no spirit. He bolts the door shut and leaves it that way, and the knocking starts coming back, but no one really notices. And at this point, Uncle starts cursing and yelling at the door and starts to anger the spirit. After several days, Grandma confronts Uncle since he hasn't seen the spirit wander the house in several days. Apparently, Grandma wakes up early in the morning, has a stare down with the ghost almost every day to make sure it doesn't mess with the rest of the family. And the worst is yet to come, because although Uncle unbolts the door, he starts cursing at the spirit again, and this time the huge wind comes out of the tunnel, and it flings a piece of metal at Uncle. It doesn't really do any damage to Uncle, but he becomes shaken by the ordeal. Afterwards, Grandma gets the local Buddhist monks to perform a cleansing ritual on the house. After several years, Uncle starts to mellow down and starts a family. He has a daughter, a wife, and a new house. Problems start happening when one day he comes home and finds that his 3-year-old daughter has filled the doorway with cups of water. Apparently, for the scary-looking woman with red eyes. Uncle becomes scared, calls on Grandma and the rest of the family for help. When Grandma comes, well, basically she realizes that the spirit had become attached to Uncle, and immediately asks for help from the Buddhist community. 3 Buddhist monks from California, Texas, and Florida, they came to their aid. 3 monks for days. 2 of the monks then declare everything's okay and leave. The monk from Texas missed his flight and asked the family to stay for one more night. The next morning, Uncle wakes up and finds the monk already awake and very tired. The monk proceeds to tell him after meditating the monk feels a dark and evil presence. He wanders the house, ends up feeling the red-eyed woman. She had masked her spiritual scent when the monks were cleansing the house and returned when the monks left. The monk ended up in a sort of staring battle with her the entire night until the sun came up. He also reassured Uncle that since he had seen the spirit, he now knows what to look for and starts to cleanse the house again. After several more cleansings, rituals, and such, the monk finally says to the uncle that she's finally gone and that we're lucky since, well, she was still there. Then Uncle and his family would experience the wrath from that spirit. I saw my mom, but she was colorless and looked angry, then walked into another room. What happened? I have a memory from whenever I was younger. It was of me and my childhood friend of mine at the time. I was at my nanny's playing games on my nanny's computer. We really liked dress-up games. The way we were, we had a direct shot behind us to the hallway. We turned around to see my mother at the end of the hallway. The light was on in the living room. But the hallway lights were off, but there was enough lights on in the living room that it sort of poured out into the hallway a little bit. It should have been on my mom, but she was completely black and white, and she was looking just, well, at us and at me with the most hateful and scary expression. Me and my friend just kind of froze. Then my mom turned and walked into my pawpaw's room, which was right next to my nanny's room. She was sleeping in there. Finally, me and my friend go to see, like, why she was mad at us and to see what was wrong. So we go to my pawpaw's room, which was right next to my nanny's room. Finally, me and my friend go to see, why she was mad at us, and to see what was wrong so we could go to my pawpaw's room and she wasn't there. No one was in that room, and we go into my mom's room and she was asleep, dead asleep. My mom has really bad insomnia. It takes a long time for her to fall asleep. There's no way in that short amount of time that she could have fallen back asleep. There's no way possible that she could have gotten back to my nanny's room. My pawpaw's room is not connected to my nanny's room at all, and there's no way she could have gotten back there without us seeing her. Could have gotten back there without us seeing her. There's a memory that still haunts me to this day. I've even asked that friend years later if she remembers it, and she does. I know what I saw happened, but I don't have an explanation as to what it was. Has anyone had anything similar happen to them? I really would love some sort of explanation to help her understand what it might have very been. It stuck with me for years. Dark energy at McDonald's. I work overnights as a manager, and both of my workers called out last night. No big deal, it means I get to close and clean. I only have to worry about dishes and getting breakfast up in the morning. So I'd be lying if I said this was the first or third time I've experienced something in the store. A new worker, who I'd really not told any stories to, had a similar experience to one of mine. Knocking on the drive-thru window. Clear as day, nothing there when you would approach. Well, I wrote that off and made an excuse for it because I'm agnostic and I don't believe. Or at least I thought I didn't. Whatever this dark energy is, it's persisted. And the last night it was stronger than ever. First bold move it made last night was while I was setting up trays in the kitchen. I felt a dark shadow over me, like somebody much taller was behind me. Shadow washed over me and was gone, just like that. Moved to the office and watched cameras, really feeling like I was being watched. After eating, I decided to buckle down on work again, and that included dishes and freezer stock. While I was doing dishes in the back, I saw movement out of the peripheral, and I turned my head to the right to see an apparition. It wasn't solid enough to be human, but definitely had the outline. I ran out of the front lobby door and called my brother, who also works nights. He understood because he's a believer. Claims he had an experience as a young teen. He stayed on the phone with me until I grabbed what I needed out of the freezer, and I was terrified the thing would come lock me in there. Which I know sounds ridiculous, but it's just so dark. Been at home for hours and still have chills. Brother advised me to record live with my phone, since ignoring has gave me the results I want. A few things that have happened in my life. Well, for starters, there are real events, but some may have an explanation. Some I just haven't figured out what. So I've always felt from a young age that something was always watching me. But as a child, I brushed them off as a wild imagination. Nothing really happened to me as a child, other than the usual clothes piled up in the dark and me making more than meets the eye. Well, my first encounter happened while I was at my mom's house. I'm 24 at the time, and my girlfriend are in the living room, and she's in the kitchen, and both rooms are next to each other. No wall separating them. I was watching TV, and she was in the kitchen making a late-night snack, maybe around 10 p.m. That's when out of nowhere I hear what I think is a scream. I look up, and it seems to be like my girlfriend didn't notice. Then no more than 5 seconds later I heard it again, but this time, me and my girlfriend made direct eye contact, and I could tell by the look in her eye that she heard it as well. Keep in mind, my mom lives in a rural area. and her next-door neighbors like 80 and could hardly walk. But the thing about the scream was, even though you didn't see it, you knew. You knew what it was. And I mean, this scream hit me to my bones and my blood ran cold. It was the scream of death, and went outside, of course, and nothing, just crickets. Next thing that happened was another night, same house, same area, living room and the kitchen. Me and my brother and girlfriend are in the living room, and I heard glass shatter. I instantly sprang up, grabbed a knife, and immediately checked the windows. I thought somebody was trying to break in. None of the windows were broken. As I went to turn the lights, and my mom had a pot on the stove with a glass top. It looked as if somebody had put pressure on it, but it didn't shatter, just spiderwebbed. I immediately thought something fell off the stove, but no, there was literally nothing around that could have. Sorry, I'm adjusting all of their text as I read it. There's literally nothing around that could have fell on top, and my mom unplugged the stove. Score. An experience I've never been able to forget. This is something that happened to me as a child, but it's always stuck in my mind. I would have posted something closer to time, but I never really had the online intelligence to think of asking Reddit about this. I must have been maybe 13 or 14 at the time of this happening. It was the weekend, so I was at my grandma's house. I always got on well with her, so spent regular weekends there when she was alive. On this particular night, I was in bed, but not asleep yet. I was still on my phone, and I was pretty well wide awake. For whatever reason, I glanced down to the foot of the bed and noticed what seemed to be nothing moving. The more that I watched, I noticed orbs manifesting more and more, and these orbs seemed to be consisting of about 4 layers. The inner was completely black. The inner middle was white, but faded in the outside. This layer also seemed to be pulsating. The outer middle was all black, but as the white pulsated, it seemed to cover and uncover the layer. The outer layer seemed to be a faint white glow all around it. I don't think I'd be able to really tell how many orbs were there, but I'd estimate in the region of 70 to 100. They're all moving around as if they were, trapped within a humanoid-shaped shell. However, I could only see the orbs, not the shell. The difference between the layers were very vivid, and I've never been able to find any images similar. At this point, I was glued. I'd never seen anything like this before, so I had no idea what to do or what to make of it. And as I was watching, it started walking toward me. When it got closer to me, it stopped and sat on the bed next to me. I could see the bed where it sat, and it sank a little as it did. I was terrified. All I could do was sit there and look at it as it stared at me. The thing itself didn't feel threatening. It didn't really matter to me. In the moment, all I could think was, what the fuck is that? Eventually, it disappeared just as smoothly as it appeared. Maybe 3 or 4 days later, it appeared again. At this point, I was back at my mother's, and this time I was a little bit more mentally prepared as I'd seen it once already. I'd also mentioned it to my mother, and she took me to see a medium. She'd been in contact with them. This woman told me that it might be my spirit guide, but I'm not quite so sure. This lady wasn't in business for long. My mother never kept the best company, so basically everything I've ever learned from her is, someone she says is good, and I take it with a pinch of salt. Let's all take a pinch of salt. I'll take 4. Encounters I had some years ago. This all happened within a couple of weeks of each other, when I was in high school some years ago. And this first thing that caught my attention was that I was in the bathroom one day. I was on the porcelain throne when I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. I looked over and my towel was swinging on the towel rack. I thought it must have been my cat. Since the door was closed and so were the windows, there was no ventilation to cause my towel to sway. But upon inspection, there was nothing there. I was completely alone. Thought I must have been imagining things, but then something else happened that made me think that it was more than that. I had a shower after this, and whenever I'm out of my room, I left my door shut closed. When I returned to my room from the shower, my door was slightly ajar. I entered and I saw my clothes bin lying on its side with all of my clothes in a heap on the floor. My mom was in the lounge and I asked if she had been in my room. She said she hadn't left her seat since before my shower. I believe her only because she's somewhat of a tyrant. Never pass up the opportunity to give me an earful for having something in my room that was not up to her standards, such as a full laundry bin. Over the next few days, I started noticing things in my room that had been moved when I wasn't looking or was out of the room. Things that were on my bookshelf that would appear on the floor or on my bed. Then about a week or so later, I'm chatting to a friend of mine who was a medium. She had often told me about the meetings that she would have, and, well, I say meetings since I can't think of the correct word, where she and other mediums would help people contact loved ones and things like that. At some point, she looked past me like she was staring at something behind me. I asked what it was, since I saw nothing, and she said that there was a man watching over me. She described him to me and didn't really sound like anybody I knew. Since that day, I've noticed less things happening inexplicably. The one thing about it all is that whenever I found something moved or when my laundry bin was tipped over, it never felt like it was malicious or something to fear. If anything, I felt somewhat calm and comforted about the whole thing. And in the end, I would even attempt to talk to whatever this was. I'd always refer to it as a spirit, and even though they were sort of one-sided conversations, I wouldn't feel like I was just talking to thin air. The family having very similar sleep paralysis experiences. So ever since I turned the age of about 8 or 10, I've always had weird feelings and experiences in the house. This is the house I live in with my family. I've seen a few shadow figures, and 2 are very detailed, and I've now seen them a lot over the last 19-odd years living at home. One is about 5 years old, I'd say, in a very white, misty silhouette with short, curly hair and an old-fashioned long dress. She seems innocent, hasn't caused any disturbances or problems in the family, and both my sister, mom, and myself have seen her. A couple of my friends that are female, as well as my sister's and mom's friends, have seen the silhouette, but haven't seen her very clearly. Not like us. None of the men in the house had seen her, not even the ones that have stayed over and are constantly over. Kind of weird. The other figure is tall and very broad, a man with a top hat, and just stares. My ex-boyfriend saw him one time and he was staying over. My brother at the time was away, and my ex was walking around toward my room and said hi to my brother, and I said, "What? Did you say hi to me?" And he said, "No, I said hi to, my brother," and told him that he was away, and he freaked out. He explained what I've seen to a T, all except the top hat. Hallway to my room was dark at the time, too, so we only saw the figure. So besides my ex, I've been the only one to see him. I saw him first when I was 8, and I saw him again when I was 12. And now I'm 21, and I see him every now and then in a year. There's 2 years, and I didn't see him at all, though. So now that you know a bit of the backstory, let's dive into it. My mom yesterday woke up and came and told me about her dream she had. She was laying flat on her back and couldn't see any sort of spirit or ghost on top of her, but she felt like she was being pressed down on the chest and her arms too. She was absolutely terrified. She was fully aware of her surroundings and just felt like something that wasn't welcome or nice was trying to get to her. She couldn't speak without being completely stunned, and when she did, she was yelling out, "No, go away," or "You're not welcome. You can't come here." My dad had to wake her up like over 6 times that night, because he kept having this dream and encounter, but it was different every time. It was a repeating dream, and this is where things get weird. So when my brother was living at home a few years ago, his girlfriend, still together, was staying over and she had full-on sleep paralysis. She was absolutely terrified and woke up crying, really frightened and scared. She was sleeping on the outside part of the bed, and my brother was next to the wall, if that makes sense. She saw this little girl with curly hair and a long dress, but with a demented face. She said that the girl was just looking over top of her from the side of the bed and staring. She didn't say anything, but she felt like the girl was upset and angry. Not a welcoming energy. She felt like it was a negative energy. She was fully kind of conscious of what was happening around her. She was trying to move to wake my brother up, but she was choking up and making weird noises. Then eventually the noises woke my brother up, and he woke her up. So that morning I was talking to Mom outside the kitchen. Told her about how I saw this little girl again in the kitchen last night. It was late when everybody was asleep, and I was having a cheeky snack. I just looked up at her for a little bit, and she looked at me. Then I blinked, and she was gone. As I'm telling my mom this, my brother and his girlfriend walk out and hear the conversation, and they tell us what happened. It's weird because for all of the females in the house, we've never felt any negative energy from this little girl. We were thinking if it's possible if she was maybe jealous that my brother had a girl in his room, but I don't know. So after Mom telling me about her dream yesterday morning, I was like, that's weird, but also freaking scary. So the day goes on. I go to bed last night, and all night I had a similar experience as my mom. Full-on sleep paralysis that felt like it was going on for hours. I couldn't see anything, but I felt the energy coming out of my closet. But in the dream, I couldn't see in my closet like I normally can in the middle of the night. It was completely black, and I was convinced that there was something in there watching me. I was just trying not to look at it, but it was like my eyes were forced to stare at it the whole time. And then eventually, my focus shifted to the end of the bed. It felt like something was towering over my bed. It was like shaking my head back and forth, but it had so much pressure on the rest of my body, and I was so scared I kept closing my eyes and shaking my head, hoping that it would stop. I'd wake up and realize it's just a dream. I did that for what felt like hours, until I finally actually woke up and didn't go back to sleep. I was terrified. I've had other experiences where I've had sleep paralysis and my hair had been tugged slightly and feel hands on my hands or other parts of my upper body, as well as my legs and feet, but I've never had a sleep paralysis as intense as last night's. The house I live in is at least 30, maybe 40 years old. Still looks nice. It's not super old. I've tried to do research on the area, but I haven't been able to find anything on the area or even the town I live in. And I have to say, I'm not a true believer in Jesus or God, but I definitely believe that there is something more after death, and I do believe in spirits and ghosts. I've never encountered something that I think is demonic or even angelic, but I've also never gone out there seeking for that sort of validation for that realm. I do, however, believe that there's malicious and malevolent spirits. I believe in attachments and people watching over you and guiding you, but it's always a battle in my head because how can I believe in that, but not believe in God? Still trying to figure that one out. So I guess my question is there anybody out there that had similar experiences with family and friends, and what have you done since, and have you just ignored it, or maybe has it not happened again? Or have you laid down boundaries and set intentions and cleansings? And if you have experienced things like this, and you're somebody that believes in God or doesn't, what's your point of view? How do you approach these situations by yourself and possibly conversations with family that won't have a bar of the spiritual world, but have had their own experiences? I've watched and listened to a lot of paranormal things in the last 7 years, I'd say. I'm really interested and curious about it all, but the only encounters I've had have been at home, so they say ignoring them when you do see them or experience things and not talk about it with others is a way of getting rid of them. Because you're not feeding into it and giving them energy or the time of day. What are your thoughts or stories or advice? Please comment. An attic conversion that let out our spirits. I have an attic in my house, and ever since I was young, I hated going up there. It was dark as there was no light, and it was always absolutely freezing. I had a really bad energy, and my anxiety would skyrocket whenever I went up there without my dad. It felt like somebody had set a timer and the time was running out, if that makes sense. Like I had to get out of there as soon as possible or something would happen. In 2016, my parents decided to convert the attic and make it into their bedroom. After this happened, I noticed a lot of unexplainable things happening. Like one day I was off school. I was home alone and I was lying in my bed watching Jeremy Kyle show clips with both my cats in my bed with me. Then I heard what sounded like somebody walking down the stairs from the attic. It's a very distinct sound, and I knew it was the stairs creaking as they were new and didn't really creak. I paused the video and listened. I didn't hear anything, so I continued watching now, a little bit on edge. And 2 minutes later, I heard the footsteps again. My cat's ears perked up, and both of them were staring at my door. Peanut, being my cat, started hissing and meowing, went to the end of the bed and hid. And at this point, I was tearing up. I managed to get out of bed and pull my drawers in front of my door. Sat in front of the door and called my dad, sobbing. I explained to him what was happening. He said to go out of my room and look, and fuck no. I begged him to call my neighbors to come in and get me. It was only after they called my dad 5 times, who kept hanging up on me. He'd called my neighbors. It's when my neighbors came in and they had a key, and I flew down the stairs sobbing and shaking. My neighbor checked the house, but no one was there. I didn't feel safe staying home for weeks after this. My best friend and I would hang out after school at my house most days. Whenever we did, we'd always hear noises from upstairs. One time in particular, we're in the kitchen making noodles, and we heard banging upstairs. I assumed it was my cat and didn't think much of it. My friend then shushed me and told to listen. From upstairs, I can hear the sound of somebody opening and closing a chest of drawers and slamming my wardrobe doors. Now, my cats aren't loud, but how the fuck does a cat open a drawer? It's a very distinct sound, so we ended up waiting in my back garden, holding a paint scraper and a knife until my dad came home. 3. This is by far one of the scariest ones. My dad, my sister, and me were all at home. My dad called up the stairs to me and said he was going to the shops. And once he left, I went downstairs to grab some food. I asked my sister, ate my own lip. I asked my sister if she wanted anything to eat, and she said yes. She was in the front room, so I was talking to her from the kitchen. My dad knocked on the door, and I yelled to her to get it, and she didn't. I went to get the door, giving out for her for being lazy, and when I opened the door, in came my dad and my sister. After months of noises and banging and hearing people talking and walking around when I was home alone, I was sick of it. I felt anxious to be in my own home, and I had other things to worry about. So one day I decided to try to talk to whatever it was that was in my house. I didn't use a Ouija board, I just sat at my stairs and had a chat, I guess. I told them that I respected they were in this house before, but that they were scaring me and stressing me out. I asked if they would be able to leave or at least stop scaring me. After this, I've never had anything happen in my house. No banging or noises. I think that it was the spirits of the previous owners, a nice elderly couple who sadly died in the house of natural causes. The Corpse of the Forest. Chapter 1. Months ago, I went out with two friends, I'll call them Steve and Ross. Went to watch some asteroids go by the forest just outside of our part of the housing area. While walking through there, I had a random inclination to look at a very specific spot that's overlooking us. And right where I show my flashlight, I see glowing eyes resembling a dog or a cat's eyes. The face was higher, and there's the creature, and had to be taller than any animal that roams around the forest. I was shook, and all I could say was, maybe a caveman. And I looked at my friends, and I said, Once I turned back with my friends looking at me like I'm a dumbass, I still could see the eyes, but they were now lower to the ground, more like a dog, even in movement as it walked away. I chalked it up to paranoia at the moment and went to see the asteroid. I saw like two. Chapter 2. About 2 weeks after that, I went back to that forest with our whole friend group just roaming around in the dark. It was because, well, we can, and me and Steve split off from the group going up a path that's even darker and more narrow. But before we could reach very far, we hear music and we saw a light. So we snuck to see if these guys were getting drunk. So we know if we should get the boys and leave, and sure enough they were, but that's far from the highlight. On the way back, we take another route that was meant to be faster, until we smelled the stench of a dead corpse that was there for a day or two. Probably a dog. Such a scene is nothing new to my country, so we leave without investigating it at all, but other way, the drunk guys were not the culprits. Once we regroup, we get out of there fast. Chapter 3. This is where shit gets real, boys. Or ladies. 2 months ago, I quit my job. And for that reason, I had enough free time to start hanging out with my friends again. We had our fun and decided to walk home as we do every day, often despite our homes being 10 miles away. On the route home, we were close to the forest previously mentioned. However, this time I was with my best friend and another dude. The rest of the group already left. And still, the image of that dog and skinwalker was stuck in my retinas. Although my bestie didn't care and was along for the ride, the other dude, who we're going to call Jim, believed in the paranormal more than me at the time. So we went there and spent a good amount of time looking around until we went up the same path I went through with Steve. And this time we did smell something. Seemed different. Jim and I were basically full white horror characters here as we decided to follow the rotten smell. We found it. Something buried and hidden poorly by some rocks trying to blend in. White mode continues as I started digging to see what kind of animal makes the smell. Once I got deep enough, the smell hit both of our noses like a truck. Definitely not an animal, and something in our instincts knew this was human. I stopped digging to realize that a shoulder covered by a woman's coat was sticking out. And Jim at this point just chalked it up by touching it, and he immediately regretted that choice. Spilled water on the shoulder, hoping it would remove his print. During this time, Bestie was hanging back slightly, so he came to check why we were just sort of whisper shouting at each other. We all agreed to throw a rock I used as far away from the forest itself, and leave. Knowing our country's police reporting the crime would get us in trouble. I'm pretty sure that's every country. Chapter 4. After swearing to never go back there again, we left and did exactly that. But throughout the following month, me and Jim would have constant dreams about the body. And I've had many dreams where I was forced to dig even further one way or another. With the added paranormal activity that started to peak around that time. Like when I was in front of my house door with my homie on the top floor talking and we heard a loud running up the stairs. We saw absolutely no one when we looked. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Even my sleep was struggling, till the activity died down a bit and I started forgetting this week, but I guess the ghost of this lady didn't like that. That brand new car would turn the radio on and off on its own, even when the car is completely off and locked. The mechanic said that nothing seemed to be wrong when I got it checked, and started getting the same uneasy feeling, and it kept me up at night. But today was even creepier. My phone rang at 11:46, and a man with a deep voice and a calm tone told me, "I burnt it down." Then a distant sound of what I thought was laughter started creeping up. It got louder and louder, till the point that even my mom and sister could hear it. And they're in the room. As soon as I asked the caller who he was, the laughing seemed to be more like crying to all of us. I hung up. Don't blame you. New house. I bought a new house after I recovered from my divorce. A small 2-bedroom, 2-bath. It was just a cute little house on a really large lot. And after moving in, it seemed like the house made a lot of noises, especially like in the laundry room. I would blow it off thinking nothing of it really, but it just kept happening night after night. I was trying to convince myself at least. The house was built in 1974. She's just tired, creaky, and, well, weird. After being here a couple of months, it started to get to kind of know the neighbors doing my thing, being single and living by yourself. Neighbors were just chomping at the bit to find out anything they could, and they'd go to work and come home, stay out of everything in my neighborhood. And one particular evening, I was out pulling some dandelions or something like that. I asked the neighbors to the west of me if they knew the people that lived here before me. Her name was Sandy, attractive older lady. Jim was a retired construction heavy equipment operator, kind of rugged. He was cool though. So Sandy and I just started talking about the previous owner of a wonderful old lady that lived here. And a little bit of a shut-in, maybe. A little bit of a pack rat. Still finding stuff in the weirdest places. But that's neither here or there. Sandy tells me that they found her after a couple of days of not seeing her in her backyard tending to her garden. I guess they just did a wellness check and they found her in a recliner. Looks like she went peacefully, so I guess that's the main thing. Just passed away in her sleep. Me being me and knowing her name, I would just randomly talk to her about whatever I was doing or thinking at the moment. I would say things like I don't really know home from work and what's for dinner. I would just say crap like that. Maybe it was my fault for talking to her, but I don't know. I'd come home from work out of a stressful day and just sick and tired of all the constant truck drivers that I deal with. Their container's the most important container in the yard. After 10 hours one day, I just stopped at one of these kind of stores that sell weed edibles and marijuana edibles. Sort of just needing to relax, and I ate 4 of these 10-milligram gummy bears. Can't believe gummy bears have the word milligrams next to it. I went and took a shower, made some dinner, sat in my recliner pretty much in the nick of time. Put it on one of those classic TVs, and they play all the old 60s and 70s sitcom shows. Last thing I remember was Andy Taylor. Well, he was explaining to the OP that not all things that glitter aren't necessarily a good thing. Very true. And as I drifted off to sleep in my recliner with the TV on, I was awoken by the old pots and pans that I had stored in the shelf in the laundry room falling from the shelf. And being startled awake, the first thing I do is lift the armrest of the chair to a hidden compartment that held my protector. Well, one of them, as I'm walking by the kitchen, I looked at the microwave time, and it was 3:33 a.m. in the morning. I look at the time again, and I realize it's significant. The month and year my father was born, I inched myself closer to the laundry room door, thinking about, what if I was listening carefully for voices and footsteps? I turn on the light and find all the pots and pans on the floor. Pick them up and then back to where they were, and then I went to my room to go to sleep. I still have an hour and a half before I went to get up for work, and back in bed I couldn't fall back asleep. I just started thinking about the time, about Irma. I was awake, so I got up to make a cup of coffee, started getting ready for work in no particular rush, an hour before I had to get up and get ready. And then my voice completely went away. My odd, potentially paranormal electronic issue. For the past 5 to 6 years, I've been experiencing a variety of bizarre electronic malfunctions, with the more recent one being difficult to reasonably explain. It originally was just batteries draining faster than they should reasonably be able to, which could be maybe explained by the batteries being lower quality, among other things. But since early 2022, it's picked up significantly. I've had multiple phones, Androids and Apple. They've corrupted their operating system. I still have one of the Androids, and I'm able to take a video of it if requested. I've also had a $2,000 PC just stop working. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'd taken it to 5 different local computer repair shops, as well as I asked a friend who helped build the PC for help, and none of them could figure out what caused it, only for it just to turn on, out of nowhere 3 months later. Now I'm jealous. As if it weren't enough, very recently, roughly 4 to 5 months now, street lamps have been going out far too often to be a coincidence. Started with no more than 3 in roughly 1 hour time frame, but since the start of September, it's to the point where it's not uncommon for 7 to 8 to go out in that same time frame. It is not as if it's once in a while sort of a thing. I walk to the store later at night 2 or 3 times a week. I was only able to salvage 1 instance of it happening that I had recorded last month, as my hands are pretty shaky, which doesn't mix well with walking. If you're not filming, it mixes just fine. My parents' haunted house. I've always believed my parents' house was haunted. Let me give some backstory. The house I grew up in I knew was haunted. I was born and raised in that house. And from ages 4 to 6, I saw some things. I don't believe them. Unfortunately, my parents saw and heard them too. And that's not really what the story's about, though. We moved into a new house the year I turned 6. My parents hoped that nothing would haunt it, but I always had this weird feeling. This one room that we're going to call the orange room due to the bright orange carpet it had when we moved in was sort of an in-between room. It sat directly in the middle of the house and acted as a sort of secondary living room. The kitchen and the bedrooms together, so I had to walk through it to go anywhere in the house, and I hated it. Something about that room felt off. The first few years that we lived there, nothing really happened. My consistent and repetitive nightmares from my old house, and also another story for later, they had stopped. Thought that maybe nothing would be wrong with this place until one night. This new house sat on old train tracks. The tracks were pulled up and turned into a road, but the old wood still was used in some of the construction of the new housing. I didn't know this, and I was about 9 at the time when I started to hear it. The train whistle. I was sitting in the orange living room playing with Legos. I looked outside at the large bay windows, and I saw nothing and no one. We no longer have any trains running anywhere within a 50-mile radius of the house, and I'd ask my mom about it. She'd say I probably just heard a truck horn, and the thing is I was obsessed with trains at the time. I knew the difference between a train's whistle and a truck's horn. It was definitely a train. Tried to ignore it, chalking it up to my imagination, until one day when my parents mentioned that she had this wood from an old train track in her house. I got chills, and I knew that that's what I was hearing. It was really a train whistle. I knew I wasn't crazy. Things seemingly got worse after that. My mom tried to hide it, but I knew she was scared too. Now, one night, something she couldn't explain happened. I didn't know if I could believe her, and I was 12 at the time, and I knew about the small, weird things my mom heard and saw. Like the shadow of a cat sprinting behind a chair, or some pictures being knocked over on a table, or a Christmas bell ringing when she was home alone. She kept chalking it up to minor things, with the window being open and the air being on, and it was the breeze or something. One night, though, she couldn't explain it. The clock in the main living room was heavy and hung on the wall above her fireplace. And beneath the clock was the mantel, where my mom kept all the picture frames with pictures of myself, my sister, and my cousins. It was fall, so it sort of added a Halloween decoration to it as well. I don't remember exactly how late it was, but we were all fast asleep, and my mom heard a loud crashing sound come from the living room. She freaked out, and she woke up my dad and urged him to go look, but he was exhausted. She dragged him out of bed, and they both made their way to the living room. And what they saw, neither of them could explain. The clock had fallen off of the fireplace. It should have fallen straight down, right into the mantel. Nope, it didn't even touch the mantel. Mantel's in pristine condition. Nothing had been moved. My lighter fell. The clock, however, was about 10 feet from the fireplace in the middle of the living room, face down. My dad and her tried to recreate it the next morning, but the fireplace was brick. Nothing that they did, not even a breeze or a draft or the AC, could have caused it to go that far. A few more years went by before the next instant. It was winter, and I was about 16. I would play games late into the night on weekends. It was about 2:30 when I was finally turning everything off to go to bed. Every time I would shut off, I would look out the large bay window by the orange room, just to make sure that the outside lights had been turned off. And this night when I looked outside, I noticed that the lights had been turned off, but that something was staring back at me. I freaked out and sprinted to my parents' room, kind of waking them both up, and I told them I saw what looked like a man with an extremely long face staring at me through the window. My dad grabbed a metal bar and went out into the living room. Nothing. No person, no footprints, no tracks in the snow, and I know what I saw. It was definitely a face. That's when the nightmares started to return. The exact same ones from when I was a kid. Other weird occurrences did happen, like a tan figure standing in the background of one of my Snapchat pictures, the background of which was the orange room, or a distorted selfie I took where my eyes are blacked out. Also standing in that room. Moved out soon after and escaped the nightmares and the weird experiences once more. I would visit from time to time, but nothing else seemed to happen. That is until 2 weeks ago. We were decorating for Christmas. I was happily moving ornaments from one tree to another when I heard it. The strange familiar sound of the Mother's Charlie Brown snow globe playing music. Whipped my head around, stopping dead in my tracks. I watched as the snow globe suddenly stopped playing. I couldn't breathe, and my mom entered the orange room and saw me standing there pale as a ghost. At least that's what she said. Then she asked if I'd turn the dial on the snow globe. I told her no and straightened my posture. Told her I was passing through and showed her the ornaments I was holding. I explained that I couldn't have turned the dial that's on the bottom of the snow globe and would require the use of both my hands to turn it. It's old and kind of hard to spin. I asked when she put that snow globe on the shelf, wondering if it was a leftover movement in the mechanism from when she put it out. She told me she put it there 5 hours prior when I had just woken up. Couldn't have been residual movement. I don't want to go back in that room. I feel so weird when I do. And Christmas is coming up, and I know I'll have to, but I really don't want to. It sucks, but I'm dreading what'll happen next time I go back. Everyone in my family knew it. There wasn't a single doubt or question. Everyone in my family has their own story up there. And this is mine and part of my parents'. It apparently all started about a year after my sister was born. That's what I've been told. I was 3 and my younger sister was 1. My mother would stay in my sister and I's bedroom, rocking my sister until both of us fell asleep. And unfortunately for my mother, I was an avid sleep talker. She noted several times where I would talk in my sleep, and mind you, about this little girl. She figured it was maybe a dream until one night she was tucking me in when I told her about the little girl sitting at the end of my bed. Apparently, I began to mention this occurrence several times for the next few months. My parents, who were worried for me and my younger sister, began preparing our toy room as a grown-up kid's bedroom, as they called it. Little did I know that they were hoping for the activity to end once we moved rooms, and boy, they were wrong. Over the next year, my parents both noted strange occurrences that had no logical explanation. We had no pets, no rodent issues, nothing. This meant that all of the following happened with no one in the room, no one outside, or no presence to cause it. I had this plush toy that when you would shake it, it would play music and light up with bright red and pinks. And it wasn't until a few years ago that I was told the real reason why those toys were locked up in the bins and hidden from us. Apparently, several nights in a row, my parents would hear music playing from the living room downstairs. They would come downstairs together, thinking that a robber perhaps had broken in. What they found instead was the plush toy singing, the red and pink lights glistening off the white walls. My dad's not a believer in ghosts, and still states that he doesn't believe in them. However, when I ask about that story, still can't explain what could have caused it. He hates that he can't explain it, often tries to change the subject. My parents finally moved my sister and I into the new bedroom when I was 4 and she was 2. This is when the weird shit starts to happen. I begin having these terrifying nightmares. I still remember them to this day. I was always one of 2 nightmares, and they never changed. The first one wasn't terrible. I would be chased by this large monster, and no matter where I hid, I'd be found and dragged out of the house. The second nightmare, however, would be a recurring nightmare that stuck with me for literal years after I moved out. The second nightmare consisted of myself sleeping alone in my new bedroom. I would wake up after hearing a weird noise, but wouldn't be able to move, and I'd be forced to watch as the nightlight at the end of my bed caught fire. The fire would spread onto my bed sheets, would get closer and closer to me until I woke up screaming. These nightmares continued until I was 5. One night, I'm sleeping in my living room. Must have been taking a nap during a pretty bad thunderstorm. It's because my parents said that they left alone downstairs, or rather left me alone downstairs. And especially in the dark, and I remember this instance so vividly that I can still see it to this day. As I woke up from my nap, I opened my eyes to find a massive white figure leaning over me. I panicked, and because I was a child, I threw my blanket over my head and cowered. A few minutes later, I removed the blanket to find nothing but the dark living room. I raced upstairs, grabbed my dad crying, and he grabbed a baseball bat and went downstairs to find who was in the house. All the doors and windows and entrances to the house were locked. They hadn't been tampered with at all. My dad tested every single one himself, tried to break them, and nothing. They couldn't explain it, and neither could I. The nightmares stopped for a while after this incident, but they didn't stay gone. Around the time we bought the new house, the fire nightmare started up again. It was more vivid this time, and it would cause extreme nausea and panic. My parents didn't know what to do. We'd just sleep on the floor of my sister in our bedroom so we could both sleep peacefully. We finally moved out of that damned house when I was 6. The fire nightmare plagued me for another 3 or so years before it finally stopped. Thankfully, I was able to rest. Unfortunately, not for very long. As I mentioned in my previous post, the nightmares returned with a vengeance. The same nightmare over and over. I'm a little girl trapped in my bed as the fire reaches closer and closer. And when I moved out of my parents' new house and got an apartment, the nightmare thankfully stopped. Haven't had it since, but I do still remember it, and I remember every detail. I remember every single detail about the white figure, too. My family doesn't remember, though, and my dad remembers grabbing a baseball bat and running downstairs, but he doesn't remember why. And my mom remembers me screaming and crying at night all the time, but she doesn't remember why I told her about my nightmares, just that they were terrifying. I wish I could put my mom's, dad's, and sister's accounts of everything that they went through on here, mostly including the Christmas ornament bells ringing loudly when they were in the room with no reason, items being moved from one place to another, but nobody touching them, weird shadows and voices. But I unfortunately do not have those details, at least 100% committed to memory. We often reshare the stories with each other. My sister hates them, frankly so do I. Sometimes we visit the old house, and usually to park in front of where we go to the neighborhood craft show down the street. My parents know the people who moved in. One day, I plan to ask them if they'd seen or heard anything too. I'm curious to know what's happened to them over the course of the last 17 years that they've lived here. Whenever I park in front of the old house, I glance up into my old bedroom window on the second floor, see if I can see anything inside. Never seen anything. I hate being so close to it. I visited again this year and decided that maybe next year I'll park somewhere else. I hate that house. Always will. And I hope that one day I'll find out that we were all justified in what we saw and heard. To know if somebody else felt that same fear that we did. Weird things happened when I'm alone. I'm a 20-year-old female. And around December of last year, my father decided to get a one-way ticket to his native country. And I, being a university student with a job, stayed at home. In my home, I live alone with my father, because my parents divorced when I was younger. I lived at my mother's house until I grew older. Then I decided to move to my father's. There's a whole thing with sleep paralysis before this, but back to the day that my dad left, I went back home to my puppy. He was known to go to random spots and start to growl. It started to get dark, and I decided to sleep in the living room while watching an anime. The layout of the living room's downstairs, and the sofa set sort of toward the wall, backing the stairs. So I set the dog bed near me on the floor and watched the show. There was a point where something funny was happening, and I started to laugh, but I could hear a girl laughing with me. I do have younger sisters, so I could compare the laugh to theirs, except they don't live here. Paused the show, kept on hearing a laugh. I decided not to move, and I pressed play, hoping nothing else would happen. I fell a little bit asleep a little bit later, but later that month I started to experience weirder things. I would hear noises, and it would vary between things dropping and sounds of people walking or people saying something in an almost whisper. One time when I was alone in the house, I heard something thumping and thumping upstairs. Got irritated because I was doing my homework and screaming, "Shut up." It stopped, and I started questioning how often this would actually work, so I tried it again. My friend came over to my house one day, and while I was telling her about the situation, it sounded like somebody was repeatedly throwing things down to the floor. My friend looked at me wide-eyed, scared, but I was used to weird things happening at this point. Looked up the stairs into the dark and I said, "Stop, you're scaring visitors in my home." And it stopped. My friend decided to leave a little bit after that due to being scared. I couldn't blame her. Moving to February, I was cleaning my bedroom listening to YouTube when I heard non-stop footsteps outside. I immediately paused my video and listened. There were continued footsteps. I ran toward my window and that's when the steps stopped. Went to bed and decided to think about what had happened, which soon sort of turned into me just looking at YouTube videos. I started to watch a YouTube channel that talked to spirits and could even communicate weirdly. I said out loud, "Why can't you use your words like them? Be easier to talk." Then my TV seemed to pause and restart, and I got irritated getting up, unplugging and replugging the TV. Went back to sit down and put the video on again, forgetting what happened. And once again saw how easy it was, ate my lip again, and once again saw how easy it was for them to communicate to spirits, so I said, "You do suck. You can't do much, it seems, besides make random noises." And that's when the same thing happened to my TV. And at this point, I started to connect the dots. I turned off the TV and decided to experiment. I didn't know if it would work because even though I believe in spiritual stuff, I believe everything can have an answer. I started with the rules: 1 tap yes, 2 no, 5 seconds of silence as I don't know. That works on me too. Personally, anyway. I started to question if they knew of a friend's cousin who had died. 1 tap is, do they think you're in a better place? In 5 seconds. Is she currently okay? 1 tap. Are you a good spirit? 2 taps. I got irritated at this because I thought that it was interested in communicating, even if it was a moment of schizophrenia. But do you really want to hurt me? 2 taps. Were you the one outside walking? 1 taps. Are you taking care of me? 5 seconds. I got creeped out and decided to stop, and I said, "Okay, that's all, no more." Kept watching my videos and fell asleep while doing that. And this started to happen outside of my home. I started only to hear, but I also started to see, and that's for later if you guys want. Everything started to go normal when my dad came back, and there's no more noises in the house. Now it was only when I was alone in my car coming back from my job or even at my job. Worked the night shift. But back to today. My dad left once again. And it's back. It's been 4 days since my dad left. And it's all back. The noises and voices are all here, and I don't want to see them. Last night, a chlorine box on the counter was thrown to the floor, and walking was heard upstairs while I was in the bottom living room. And this morning, the chair was moved away from the table to the middle of the kitchen. And I didn't do that. I'm missing much information, but I want some answers. I don't care what side you're on. I have gone to my mom's friend, whose mother is an actual witch. She says my third eye is open and they're trying to get help from me. Saw my friend's dead cousin in my dream trying to get help. My mom's friend says that I attract spirits to come with me. I don't know what to think since I'm a person who reasons most of the time and only feeds into the illusion of a spirit world sometimes. I'm getting tired of this and I want answers and suggestions. Anything. I can go into more depth if you guys want, and I can tell you about the other stuff that's happened to me, and I'm not lying. My friends stopped being my friends at one point because I'd keep talking to them about this. I had to stop myself from telling them. I've been there. Sweet dreams. Anything. Paranormal M is where nightmares meet their origin stories. Each tale we tell digs into something buried, something restless. Subscribe now and hit the bell. It's safer than ignoring the signs. A voice called her name, and it led to a traumatizing encounter. This is one of my mother's stories. Took place when she was an early teen and preteen in her house. It's where all of these incidents occurred. My mom and grandma were in the living room. They were lounging and watching TV. My mom was sitting on one of the couches against one of the walls of the living room, which had a hallway branching off of it. My aunt was in one of the bedrooms at the end of the hall taking a nap. As my mom watched the TV, she got distracted by a voice calling out to her. It was a loud sort of whisper that was calling her name. My mom was freaked out and didn't know what to do at first. She looked at my grandma and asked, "Did you hear that?" My grandma said she didn't hear anything, practically ignored my mom's question. My mom ignored it after that too, telling herself that she must have just been hearing things that weren't really there. Until she heard it again, a long, loud whisper that enunciated each syllable of her name coming from nowhere. She said it sounded like it was a desperate call for help. She looked again over to my grandma, more panicked this time, and asked her again if she had heard anything. My grandma had the same response and told her no. My mom stared down the hallway that branched off the living room and felt some sort of urge to go toward it. She found herself walking down the hallway, directly to the room where my aunt was taking a nap. My mom slowly opened the door and saw a big dark black shadow figure stood in the doorway. Only a few feet, or maybe 2 away from her, but not for too long, and the shadow flew off and disappeared. My mom then looked over to my aunt sleeping in the bed to see if she was seeing any of this. What she saw truly disturbs me. Similar to the shadow that was standing in front of her was a figure that was on top of my aunt. My mom said there is a blackness all around her bed. My aunt just laid in the bed completely frozen, but with eyes sort of just open. Only a few seconds passed until the black figure flew off of my aunt and disappeared. My aunt shot out of the bed screaming and crying, saying that she couldn't move. My mom thinks somehow maybe she could hear her sister calling out to her while she was being attacked by whatever this entity was, but only to her. The house in Carmel. In pursuit of being around more like-minded people at the time, 1965, our mother moved us to Carmel, California. She was enamored by the pictures in the magazines of Carmel by the sea, and the pure white sands on the beach. Plus, she already had some friends from her church that lived there, so that way they could show us all around. She answered an ad in the paper for this big, beautiful house owned by this lady who was renting her home for a year or so while she traveled abroad. When we arrived at her house, the lady told her mother that she just wasn't interested in renting her fully furnished, beautiful home filled with lavish things to somebody with children. But there we were before her. She was so charmed by her mother and kind of blown away at how incredibly well-behaved all 6 of us were that something shifted inside of her. She said that she felt overwhelmed by the feeling that the house needed children's laughter. That lady not only rented her home to her mother while she was away, but also dropped the price of the rent 3 times lower than it was posted. We lived there maybe a little over a year. Eventually, her mother found out through a friend of a friend who's kind of a real estate person. There was a house that had offered an incredible deal that she just couldn't refuse. It was a 3-level house with an attic. The price was perfect. Nothing down, she was just to start paying the mortgage and the house was hers. Mom was so excited. This was the first house that she was able to own by herself. So she didn't even question why it was so cheap or why it was such a great deal. She just marked it off as being another blessing. I guess you would consider this house as being a townhouse, very tall and slim. There was a mostly finished basement that became our mother's bedroom. And of course, I slept in her bed as well. Then the kitchen and living room on the next level up, and above that were 2 bedrooms. One for my brother, and the other was for my eldest sister Linda and sister Melanie. The attic was where my other two sisters, Charity and Rachel, stayed. And strangely, the staircase and the door to the attic was in my brother's room. I have no memory of these events. So, after separately interviewing 3 of my siblings and what I was told by my mother and eldest sister before they passed, this is what they recalled. Things were all right for the first few weeks, but then everyone in the house started experiencing signs of something being off. Items just disappearing when you know it was right there. Hearing their names being called out. Noises like footsteps running up and down the stairs, and my siblings were being pitted against each other. Her mother was so tired after work that a lot of this just didn't get brought up to her. At least until things were being thrown along with terrifying visits in their bedrooms. My brother with the door to the attic in it said that he didn't know why, but the attic was always 60 degrees, even during the hot summer. Lucky. He said that one night the family cat, Icket, was sleeping on his bed and he was just at the stage of falling asleep when the cat jumped up and arched his back and hissed. He looked in the direction the cat was looking, and down the steps from the top was a dark floating blob. He said that he ran downstairs and it followed him almost on his heels. Our mother loved hanging pictures down the staircases and the halls and said that this thing moved swiftly down the staircase, and that some of the pictures swung and others flew off the walls and crashed to the floor. He then ran downstairs to our mother's room, where we both were sleeping, and woke her up. She told him to see himself surrounded in white light, and to say the universal word for a higher power, which is Om, over and over. He said that he didn't want to leave her room, so he made a spot and laid on the floor next to Mom's bed. Didn't sleep a wink at all that night. He told me that many times something would fly across the room at you, cabinets left open or at times even rattled. He said that this one time he was sitting in the living room and a cat figurine jumped off the mantel, hit him hard in the head. They all said this had almost been an everyday occurrence without notice. Everybody also thought that there was something off with her sister Charity. She stayed in that cold attic with Rachel, and Rachel said that it was creepy. Charity started isolating herself from everyone wanting to be alone. She found a crawl space in the walls, would play in there with her many mice for hours at a time. She'd go outside looking up to the trees and hold conversations. She felt like the leaves were answering her. When all of the kids walked to school, she never wanted to make that long walk on that country road with her siblings, but instead preferred to walk alone. She told me that lots of the time in the house it felt as if her memories were shrouded by fog, like she was there but wasn't at the same time. Charity shared with me that she wished I hadn't asked her about those times, and she had almost forgotten about that house. She said that it might have been possible that something was wanting her to be alone, and she was only 12. Her mother did everything in her power to sort of cleanse that house, salted the corners and sage and incense and priests and even high-ranking people in the occult. Everybody was always hopeful for a while, but it seemed like every time there was a cleansing, it was shorter between the time of the next occurrence. She was always doing things to make extra money, and at one point she would sell wigs, or at least for a bit, and it went quite well in the 60s. She would hold wig parties at the house, and at this time, Charity said that she felt the closest to her mother. Charity would style the wigs for her, and when they were sold, she was so proud. It was their special thing together. At one of these parties, Charity was upstairs in the attic with her mice. She took such good care of them, and after all, they were her only friends. So she took one of them out of the cage and set him on the table in front of her. She said that all she did was turn her head and tilt down to pick up something on the floor next to her chair, and not a moment passed, her mouse had disappeared off that table, She said that she didn't even have time to search before she heard screams coming from the living room 2 flights down. She said that Mom was furious at her. She was telling her to come downstairs immediately. After she arrived, she was stunned at what she was looking at. The narrator's dog barked and scared him, and there was a mouse also. The one that was upstairs at the table not even 2 minutes prior. She knew there wasn't enough time for him to get down 2 flights and end up on the top of the wig box in front of Mother's potential customers. Oh, Mom was mad. All those ladies left and they're freaking out screaming. And that was a big deal back then. Word of mouth was everything that was kind of a big tarnish, at least on her mother. Mom never disciplined us like other parents. We were well behaved because she worked so hard for us that we didn't want to disappoint her. Needless to say that Charity was crushed by this. Later, Charity had one of her mice that had babies in a secured locked cage. There was no possible way in or out. Later that night, in the AM hours, a wild rat came out of the walls, made its way into the locked cage, and massacred the mother along with all of her babies. Bastard. She loved him so much, and she felt like whatever was in that house was doing this because the lock on the cage was just laying there. And after what happened at Mom's wig party, she knew that the cage was secure. She said that she too saw pictures fly off of the walls, one even smashing on her head, and she wanted to make it go away, so she said that she got her mother's book, the one with the spells. But after trying to find something that would rid this thing, she said that it was too confusing, so she put it back. Charity said she was getting more irritated with the family every day, and sharing a room with Rachel. She said that she was messy and she wanted to have a space of her own, so she went downstairs in the unfinished part of the basement. Stop looking at me like that, dog. You're fine. You're fine. Put her bed between the walls and, of course, took her mice. She told me that she didn't last too long there because she saw things that frightened her. She went on to describe the way the shadows and light-colored shadows taunting her. Stop licking me in the mouth. Get over there. Go lay down. Oh, God. She told me that she didn't last too long down there. It's because she saw things that frightened her. She went on to describe that they were shadows and light-colored shadows taunting her. So she ran upstairs and slept on the couch. All of these events, plus more that Mom experienced on her own, prompted her to find a highly recommended priest to come exorcise the house once and for all. He was there for a while as my family stayed outside. But when he came out, he looked pale and told her mother to move immediately. He said that it's not going to leave and that she should sell the house. I stayed outside with my sister, but when they went into the house to grab her things, they said that it was right out of a scary movie. Things were broken and tossed. Clearly, it was angry. My siblings said that as they were walking down the hall, pictures flew off of the wall at them, and they all ran. We took only our clothes and went to a motel. We soon moved into an apartment and sent the rest of our things. My mother found out that originally the house was donated to a church many years prior. There had been 2 priests being housed there, and they had their offices set up there as well. And after a few missed events, they were checked on only to find their decomposing bodies upstairs in the attic. They had both of their throats slashed, demonic drawings on the wall and the priest's blood, and killings were thought to be cult-related. Mom said that the place was sold 5 times in 2 years before we even got in, and just moved in. I wonder why. Leave it up to my best friend to get the last laugh. In March, we still had a few aluminum balloons left over from my grandson's birthday. It was like the month before. They lasted a very long time. All of them fell to the floor except one particular balloon. It floated around the house, getting blown by the vents from room to room. We didn't pay it any mind until it started following me. Seemed like everywhere it turned, it was bumping me or just getting in my way. Doing the laundry, there it was, floating by my head. Going to the bathroom, it was waiting for me outside the door. And at first, we thought it was quite comical. Until one night I woke up in the middle of the night to the same balloon hovering right next to my face in the bed. Scared the crap out of me. Ran to the living room and put a blanket over it. Why didn't I pop it, you ask? My grandson said that this particular balloon was our friend. Not his friend, our friend. But you see, he was always doing things like this, so I didn't think it was anything but his overactive imagination. I once made the mistake of drawing a cute face on a boiled egg so he'd hid it under the couch because he was afraid that somebody would eat his friend. I only found out when I followed the smell months later, thinking it was a dead rat in the vent under the couch. So after a week of this, starting to drive me nuts, there was no air conditioner nor was the heater on, and all the windows were shut. I made sure of it. I didn't question this until the front door was left open while we brought the groceries in. We all watched the balloon go out the front door and swirl around before anybody could grab it. It came against the outside breeze, right back in the house. Like, what? And this went on for a solid week, us kicking and punching it away. We didn't think anything of it. We just swatted it away. One day my son and I are just talking in the kitchen. It came in from the living room where we just saw it laying on the floor moments before. It had to raise up from the floor and then kind of float across the room and lowered itself to go into the door frame and stop mid-height between us. He took it and pushed it back in the living room. But not even 4 minutes later, it was back to mid-height between us. And this time he put it all the way in the laundry room, but once again it made its way back, lowering to come through this time 2 door frames. Stayed floating midway between us again. At that point, it was too weird. We both looked at each other and said, nah. So I took it and said, okay, if this is you, Mom, do it again. I put it back in the living room and it stayed there floating. I didn't feel like it was her at that moment. It felt different, almost familiar, but not in a bad way. Went back to talking and there it was again between us. No doubt that it was seriously strange. I stopped after that and life went back to normal. I didn't know this at the time, and in fact I didn't find out that my dearest friend passed away the first week in March. I had moved 2 states like a few years prior, and his daughters didn't have my number to tell me. He knew he was sick for a while, and he always called me to kind of make him laugh. One of the last things he told me was that when he dies, he's going to come harass me just for fun. I told him not to shake the bed or I'll have to burn the house down and move away. He just laughed and told me that it'll be his way of telling me that he loves me. But to believe him that it'll be something good, I'll know that it's him, and when I found out, I called out to my son, and after I told him the sad news, he said that it gave him a bit of peace. Peace knowing that he had come to say goodbye. It all made so much sense. He's always doing things to make me crazy. I just wished that I knew he had passed so I could have told him that I love him too. He already knows. That's why he was the balloon. There were strange things in the desert. The desert is a scary place for me now. It used to be a place filled with peace and serenity, but since living out there for almost 30 years, you see things. This occurrence took place in the high desert of California in the early 1990s. The whole town was once all military. There's a military plant there and a prison, and the streets to this day consist of numbers and letters, for example, Avenue 0 and 178th Street. Avenue 0. You always heard stories of people missing in underground tunnels, and in fact, a friend of mine kept getting a draft coming from his closet in his childhood home. And later, after he grew up, he checked it out and found an opening to one of those such tunnels. Called me over to check it out, but after I got there, we went through the opening. I was too freaked out to go more than 10 feet in when I turned around and told him that this might be how people disappear. You always saw things late at night off in the distance, far past the lights. Then, like the small, strange, glowing, different colored lights that would move around lower zigzag. Then they'd shoot straight up. We saw things in the sky, just stuff you never talked about. Life was pretty carefree back then. If you wanted to visit friends, though, you'd have to drive down a long desert road and sometimes end up coming home late at night in the pitch black. That's because there's no streetlights. I remember coming home late one night with my boyfriend at the time and another friend, and we pulled over for some reason, and something compelled me to get out of the car and look up to the stars. We were in the middle of nowhere, but we could hear what sounded like machinery and muffled clanks like metal. We all started looking around, but didn't see anything. Mind you, there were no streetlights and our headlights were off. And just then, we felt a vibration under our feet. I crouched down on the street and put my ear to the ground. It was coming from under us, and we all listened intensely, heard far down voices, but couldn't make out what was being said. We stood up and were discussing what it might have been. That's when we saw a small red light on the horizon. It was getting closer. Quickly piled into the car and got the heck out of Dodge. We only told a few friends, and they experienced the same thing. There are people living in the ground. A year later, I got myself a truck and started a small hauling business. Well, I had a big job coming up that required me to use a trailer. Seemed like everybody I knew had some kind of farm equipment and stuff, so I called up a good friend. He told me that he had a few of them, so why don't I just come out to his property and pick one up? He lived on the outskirts of town. His backyard beyond the electric fence was desert, miles of desert. It was just starting to get dark when he got this excited look on his face. Do you want to get really creeped out? Pulled out his new toy. It was a military-grade night vision binocular. He said that if I wait until dark to leave, I won't regret it. Well, of course, I'm intrigued, so I stayed. After it got dark, we walked toward the back of his property, looking out at nothing. No lights, no roads, nothing but barren desert. He pointed the binoculars east and said, "Are you ready for this?" Oh my. There were people coming out of the ground and moving around. I said, "What the hell am I looking at?" He told me that his family called them ground dwellers, and that they're located in various parts of the desert. And that's why they have an electric fence around both houses and the backyard. It gave me the heebie-jeebies. Never went to his house after dark again, and still have a problem to this day in wide desert areas. Yeah. That crazy lady wasn't so crazy. At one point in my life, I lived in a mobile home park a little bit past Avenue F, along with my youngest son and his father. There was a massive treehouse in my yard that was left by the former tenant. The only way to get up into it was through a hole cut in the floor with a door in it, and under that was a rope ladder. One night, I'm sitting on the porch drinking a cup of tea. It's when I heard something moving up in the treehouse, followed by seeing somebody's head pop up. It was this lady and her husband with whom I had never seen before. They both seemed to be hiding from someone. Clearly, I thought that they were on drugs, and I told them to come down from there. They refused. It It wasn't until I threatened to call the authorities did they cautiously comply, their eyes jetting everywhere, not wanting to be seen. But now there was a small group of my friends and nosy neighbors gathering around. They saw that she was terrified by something, so I asked them to come in. I made them something to eat and waited. After she calmed down, she reached into her bag and pulled out some papers. They looked like legal documents with government letterhead. There were drawings and schematics, and some of them even had embossed seals. I couldn't help but notice that they had water and smoke damage. Some of those papers were even burnt. You could still make out some of the graphics and the words next to them. She told me that they were checking out his new place on Barrel Springs Road. It's where we were, like with 2 or 3 cinder block structures. I knew them well. A few years back, I happened upon the place, and the black truck rushed down to greet me with guns drawn. Said the same thing happened to her. The difference was that she was deep inside one of the structures, so she didn't know how they found out that they were there. She said that she wasn't even thinking. Being such a conspiracy theorist, she took one look at the stuff and knew it must have been important. She grabbed the stuff, ran with her husband. I went over these pages and felt very uneasy reading them, like this was her, well, to put it bluntly. Reading it was like seeing the stuff that people get killed over if it got out. And stupidly I said, why don't you just simply give them back? She said that they had been running for a while, and it seemed like everywhere they stopped, a black car or van with government or no plates showed up with darkened windows and just sat there watching them. Well, I didn't really want to get too involved, especially after reading what I did. I thought it was too big for little me. No, take what I saw to my death, so I packed them lunch and told them that they could sleep in the treehouse for the night. And they did, but they were gone early the next morning before I even woke up. And after that, we started seeing black vans parked on our lonely road facing the houses. And at one point, I even walked up to one of them, but they kind of took off as soon as I knocked on their blacked-out driver's window. Lots of unexplained things happen out there in the desert. Don't really see much of it now. I think because there's more lights and people, and well-lit towns and camera phones pointing everywhere. There weren't cell phones to call for help back then. Were they going to eat us? I remember one time a few years later, it was a fun day with some of my friends. We're in this stupid little red car called a Yugo that seemed to be the last leg most of the time. Or on its last leg. My friend's uncle told him that there was a whole abandoned town far west of the Mojave Desert. And there were things just left there all over the place. We were so dumb. It took us a long time to get out there. If you ask me, I'd try and find it now. Don't know if I could or if I would ever want to. Besides, I wasn't driving. We were thinking that we were lost a few times until we started seeing things. A carnival ticket booth on a trailer with no wheels, broken tractors and furniture, little shacks here and there and empty water bottles, a lot of empty water bottles everywhere. There wasn't a livable house or store or place of business for many, many miles. I wondered how anybody could even survive in a place like this. And then we saw it. It was long. Looked like an old single-wide mobile home about 60 feet long with wooden siding. Went all the way down to the ground. Had about a 4-foot crawl space under the entire house. Looked like something from a horror movie. It had several windows down the length of the house. Some of the windows had old frayed curtains still hung up blowing the desert breeze. There's open sections of missing siding, exposing the darkness underneath the structure. A space big enough to step or maybe crawl through. There were old dusty cars with their doors and trunks open and trash everywhere. There were personal items and open cans that were strewn all over the place. And right in the middle of all of this was a small fire pit, and it was quiet, only the sound of our tires running over empty cans. I patted his girlfriend on the shoulder to make sure that she was seeing the same thing I was. We were both looking at pale beings, or people. I couldn't tell, but they were too pale to be in the middle of the desert. It didn't look like they were wearing any clothes, but we couldn't tell that either. They were all extremely skinny with long limbs, each one being a different height, and all but one had what looked like messy hair in their head, but the bigger one was bald. And another thing was that this is the creepiest part. They didn't move like they were human. They were almost crouching, and their movements were very swift. They were all inside that house watching us from the windows and from the open spaces underneath the house. They were following us as we slowly drove past them from window to window, open space to open space underneath the house. And thinking back on this still gives me chills. My friend, who's the driver, pulled up next to the fire pit. And despite us screaming to go, 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 he turned off the car. His girlfriend began to cry out that we should leave now, and it was obvious that he didn't see what we saw. He said, "Stop, babe, this stuff is cool." Oh my gosh, I wanted to punch him in the face. We both kept looking at the people watching us while begging him to get back in the car and drive. He picked up a long bone off the ground, started to push the soot around the fire pit, and he said, "Hey, looks like somebody cooked a dog." And just then he looked up and his girlfriend leaned over to the driver's seat, grabbed his jacket in an attempt to pull him back into the car when he finally saw what we were seeing and said, "Oh shit." That thing hiding underneath the house was swaying back and forth with its hands on both sides of the opening. He was staring at us almost with intent to lunge. He tried to start the car, but it failed. You know when you're about to die, how your life's supposed to flash before your eyes? Well, all of that flashing in mine were people dying in the movies because their crappy car didn't start. I felt for sure they were going to eat us. I began to beat on the back of the seat, screaming, "Please, God, start, start, start." Well, I heard her say, "Oh my God," over and over and over. After 3 tries, it started, and we tore out of there, leaving a cloud of dust. Pulled over far from that location and tried to compose ourselves. She was a wreck for days. I don't know how people venture off by themselves, but as for me, never, never again. Especially in a crappy car. We didn't talk about really what we saw after that. I think we were in disbelief it even happened. And yes, this was sort of a kick in the butt, so pretty soon after that he got a good running car. There's so many things that had occurred in the desert back in those days. Too many to even come close to tell you. And I know that there are things that we do not, or maybe will not, or maybe will never understand. I also know that there are more eyes now paying attention, so I don't think it'll be too much longer before we all know the truth. I can tell you this. Some of those things we saw back then, people are capturing on their phones today. Some of those things on those pages are real. And I've seen those same drawings on documentaries recently. And just a tidbit of information. Rosamond, way back in the day, was a toxic dump site. And that's why the houses were so cheap back then. But if you ask anyone now, it's like we all got it swept underneath the rug and it's all disappeared. Prices are higher for houses there, and they still have no idea. Finally got some answers. I was curious as to the things we found and saw out there. And friends we knew that worked on the base only had limited clearance, so they could only tell me things I already suspected to be true. Even if they did have more clearance, they wouldn't be able to share anything due to them losing their job. I feel you. One strange thing did happen. It gave me some clarity. There was a petrol right off the base. The petrol, for those of you that don't know, is a gas station. Not a regular station where you could buy things. It was just gas. It wasn't open to the public in the day. Only military personnel. I actually thought it was closed, but I found out that it was just unmanned. I just had a new landline installed in my apartment, so I kept getting calls from people with the wrong number. I guess the number belonged to that old military patrol. And on this day, I was glad to get this wrong number. It was an old high-ranking vet who worked on the base years and years prior. After he found out it was the wrong number, I asked him if he was still serving, to which he replied, "No, ma'am." I asked him if he could answer some questions I had about things that he had seen, or rather that I had seen out in that desert. He told me that he absolutely could not. I told him that my friends think I'm crazy and that I was questioning myself too. I asked him if he could just confirm a few things I saw. Told him he was sorry. He said that whatever I saw probably had a simple explanation. Told him okay and respected his words. Thanked him for his service and the call was over. The next day I received a call from an unknown caller and it was him. I was delighted to hear his voice, but I told him he still had the wrong number, and he said, "I know, I had to call you from a secure line." We talked for quite some time, and he answered questions before I even finished asking him. My mind was at ease. Blown, but at ease. He told me he was impressed with all that I knew and put together already, and I told him I was grateful for him for not making me feel like I needed to wear an aluminum hat. I asked him if he was going to get in trouble for telling me these things and asked him why he changed his mind. He said that there was something about me that he heard in my voice. Told me that he was old and dying from something he contracted while in service. He didn't feel like I was a threat, just curious. He just wanted somebody to know. He didn't give me his name because of his family, and I understood. Never heard from him again. Some of those things in the desert have nothing to do with the military, but others absolutely 100% did. My ghost story. So I was 8 or 9 at the time. I was watching a TV show in the bedroom with my sibling, a year younger than me. It was our favorite show called KMJS, which is Kapuso Mo Jessica Soho, which unfortunately its airtime is on 9 p.m., so pretty much stayed up late to watch it. As for our parents, our mom's asleep downstairs. Dad's still out at work. Now our bedroom doorknob is broken, and I forgot how it got broken, probably from a fight, by the way. But now pay attention because the doorknob is an important detail. So the doorknob is not wobbly, like when you open and close the door, it would wobble up and down. Instead, somebody needs to hold the doorknob and actually pull it up and down in order for it to shake. And again, this detail is important. Now, in order to shut the door without it creaking open, is to either use a padlock or stick a towel when it shuts. That's what I did. I used a towel to shut the door. I didn't use the padlock since me and my siblings might fall asleep and end up locking our parents out. We all shared the same bedroom. Okay, so we're watching the TV when suddenly the door started to open slowly. I noticed it since it makes an eerie creaking sound. I didn't get scared because I thought that the towel was maybe a bit loose. I stood up and closed the door with the towel, went back to bed and continued watching the TV. Hasn't even been a minute when the door opened up again, and now I have to close the door again, and I did. In the instant I laid in the bed, the door opened up again. Getting a bit annoyed, so I just ordered my sibling to do it instead. Watched him close it, and this time it would hopefully stay better that way. Then a moment later, it opened up again. I had enough and just used the padlock so the door would stay shut. But the moment I sat down, the door had started to shake violently. And I know, and my sibling knows, that someone or something is trying to get in from the other side of the door. Both looked at the doorknob, and we could obviously tell that someone's sort of holding onto it at the other side of the doorknob, and someone moving up and down like crazy. I didn't waste a second, though. Grabbed a pillow, threw it at the door. But before it even hit the door, it suddenly stopped shaking. We were so scared, still thinking the moment it just I stopped, ran at the door, and opened it while holding another pillow. I looked around and saw nothing. I checked the other room, which is just in front of me, also nothing. The room's window was closed, so an animal couldn't have possibly gotten inside and shaken the door. Heck, even if there was an animal, it couldn't have possibly done that, especially hold the doorknob and move it up and down. Once we realized there was no one upstairs besides us, we quickly ran down to find her mom, who was asleep on the couch, and also supposedly waiting for her dad to come home. Now, y'all might be wondering that it's just our mom pulling a prank on us for staying up late, but no. That's because we would know if somebody's climbing up the stairs. Our stairs are spiral, so made out of metal, and just beside the door to our bedroom. And I've been living in her house for a long time, and her ears have grown sensitive to the sound of the stairs creaking if somebody's going up or down. And besides, even if it was her mom, I would have caught her in the act trying to escape since I opened the door quickly as possible to see who's on the other side. If she ran down the stairs to avoid detection, the stairs would have made a loud stomping noise. And if she tippy-toed so that she could make a little bit sound instead of a lot, I really would have caught her in the act. So we woke her up and told her everything. Well, she didn't believe us. Even got angry for waking her up. We decided to stay with her and wait for her dad to come home. Waited for a while, and dog itched his ears, and eventually he comes back. We ran to him and told him the whole story again, and guess what? He just shrugged us off and said we were not praying enough. Guess he's just too tired because of a long day at work and couldn't really care about our frantics. But still, I wish he could have comforted us. To this day, I still remember that experience like it was yesterday. Praying mantis. First time putting this out there. I used to have a friend that would come over every single weekend and play video games in the basement. He asked if one of his other friends can come over and spend the weekend playing video games as well. I'd met him before, but I didn't really know him personally. I said sure, why not, as friends started talking about weird things randomly out of the blue. Started talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls. He said if you start talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, weird things will start to happen. I asked him not to, and then he started talking about one particular one by the name of Belial in the Dead Sea Scrolls, particularly in the War of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness. Belial is depicted as the leader of the Sons of Darkness, and the antithesis to God. He's described as an angel of hostility and a source of wickedness and guilt. The scrolls portray Belial as a leader of forces that oppose God's rule, and the Sons of Light. Nothing started happening right away, but I started getting weird feelings in the basement, like constantly being watched or something didn't want me in that basement. And P.S. I slept in the basement. It was my room any time that I would go into the laundry room. It felt like there was a negative presence in there wanting to do harm to me. Felt like it hung out near the far end of the laundry room. Anytime I would go in there, I would try not to look into that direction. I was so scared of that laundry room. I'd just keep the door closed at all times. And even with the door closed, I'd feel like there was a negative energy coming from that room every time I would leave the basement. I'd make sure that I did close that door. I'd verify if sometimes, but not all the time, I'll come back downstairs and the door will be open to some degree. Whenever I'd go to sleep, it would feel like something was right there watching me. I'd do the typical thing that young kids do and throw the blankets over my head feeling something. I'd be so scared I'd be stiff as a board. I wouldn't move at all, thinking that if it thinks that I want to sleep, maybe it'll leave me alone. This is when my sleep paralysis started. There were times I'd wake up and feel my bed shaking, and other nights I'd wake up falling onto my bed with such force that it'd wake me up. It was as if I was levitating or something, falling back down into the bed one morning. I had an episode of sleep paralysis, and I felt something breathing in my ear and heard, "Come with me as soon as I can move, you bet." I was out of that basement. I was out of there as fast as I could, and I I used to feel people sitting on the edge of my bed, and I could feel the mattress compress. There was also one night that I got up to use the washroom, hit my toe in the door frame because I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. All the lights were off. Every single light was on, including the floor lamp and my desk lamp, not to mention the door to the laundry room was open and the lights were on all around the time, and I started getting very violent with people and frustrated with people that did not believe anything. Now, all of that part you just read, I know to be true, and it actually happened, despite it being an entire run-on sentence. We forgive you. This part, I don't know if it's true, or if it's memories of dreams that I've had to remember with all of my force, trying to hold that door closed on the laundry room. Feeling like there was something was strong on the other side, trying to push it open, I would hear voices that I could recognize and not recognize calling out to me and telling me come downstairs, and some reason I would go downstairs as soon as I let my guard down. Something like a black shadow would come rushing at me. It would come rushing at me from the laundry room, and I'd fly up those basement stairs as quickly as I could, and this part is true. I'd be playing video games in the basement by myself, and I'd hear the door creak open. I would leave the basement, feel like there was something behind me, just millimeters or something behind me. Moved out of the basement and back upstairs into the bedroom and having negative feelings about the basement. Will also having dreams about the basement. Told one of my mom's friend that was practiced witchcraft and was told that they would take care of it if they proceeded to smudge the house with sage. After the process was finished, I no longer felt scared of the basement. And no longer felt any kind of negative present in the basement. Moved back into the basement and never had a negative experience in that house again. I don't know if this had anything to do with this, but after the process was done, I stopped having negative feeling. After that, I started having dreams that would take place in the medieval times. It would be the same dream every time. For some reason, during a big battle, I was loaded up onto a catapult and fired into the air. Wake up just before I hit the ground. That's kind of cool. The reason I decided to post this today is because I recently started having dreams about my dreams of that basement repeating itself, but I don't remember myself dreaming about them, and I wake up and it's the first thing on my mind. The nights that it happens, I'm usually tossing and turning violently. Alrighty then. The all-girls dormitory. I was born and raised here in Mindanao in the Philippines. Also, English is not my first language, and words are gonna stumble somewhere in there. It's alright, you got full-on punctuation. I'm ready to rock. I already graduated in 2017, but this one still freaked me out thinking about it. It was in an all-girls dormitory that I once stayed. It was my first year of college. Me and my mom are looking at a boarding house or a place that have available rooms where I can rent out and stay. It's nearby the college campus. We did, and we found one, a college dorm that was owned by the school that I enrolled in. It's an all-girls dormitory, and students can get in these dormitory if they want to. It's a walking distance. It's a 3-story building. Reason why I took it is because my mother said so, because of its safety and security, and my aunt is paying, so kinda have no say in this. About the dorm building. It's concrete walls on the outside, but all wood on the inside. The floors and stairs are made out of wood plank, and the sad part is the walls here are pretty thin since it's made out of plywood, painted in light mint green. Overall, the place is decent, simple, but decent. We take a look, and there's 2 kind of rooms for you, like a single bedroom and a 2-bedroom. The rooms that they provide you is not too lavish, but simple and clean. Meals are also prepared for you in the dining hall and the ground floor area of the building they serve it in. It's like a mini buffet style. Our landlady is a nun, and for context, the college dorm that I'm in is a Catholic college that's run by nuns. Run by nuns. My mother liked it and signed me in, and my assigned room is a single bedroom on the 3rd floor of the building. Next to my room is a 2-bedroom and only 2-bedroom on the 3rd floor. The rest is all single bedrooms, and kind of weird, I know. There's 2 girls in that 2-bedroom that I mentioned next to my assigned room. They're nice, and we have our greetings and knowing each other, and I take a look at their place and it has more space than mine. Then back into minding our own business. The first week there is pretty uneventful. I'm packing my stuff and meeting other girls on the same floor that I'm in and other girls in the dormitory. Getting to class and so on. A month goes by and still kind of uneventful. Till one day one of the girls from the 2 bedrooms decided to leave the dormitory. Family reasons, she said. So her roommate now has to move into one of the available single ones. The 2-bedroom next to mine is now vacant. I decided to clean and redecorate my room a little bit. The bed is like sort of a small thing and I can move it myself. Looked like a hospital bed. Placing the headboard of the bed behind a wall next to the window. Next to the bed is my table and chair, and then back to normal. Until one night, going to bed after a long day of school, I was about to sleep. And that's when I hear a loud noise, like a chair being dragged slowly across the floor. I sat up because, what was that? It was really loud, and I heard it again, and it sounded like it came from the vacant room next to mine. But I dismissed the noise. Probably came from one of the other rooms, and the noise is probably bouncing around the place, because I'm not the only person on this floor, for crying out loud. And again, the floor is made of wood, and the walls are really thin. So I went back to sleep, and second night comes, and still hear the same chair dragging noise coming from the vacant room. But I dismissed it again. In daytime, where I walked past the vacant room, out of curiosity, I twisted the doorknob and it was locked. That's where I get an uneasy feeling. I go on with my day, but I can't get the noise out of my head. Pretty sure the noise came from that vacant room. Every night where I go to bed, it keeps happening. I even sleep with the lights on because of it. Another night came, but curiosity got the better of me. Hear the noise again, but this time I place my ears to the wall. There it is, same noise. I jumped away. It really freaked me out because along with the sound, I also felt the vibration coming from the wall. It really feels like the sound really came from that vacant room. I got scared and hid underneath the blanket. One afternoon during 3 p.m. snack time, that's where the dormitory gives out snacks to all the tenants, girls gathered in the dining hall. That's the time where I broke my silence. I talked to the 2 girls from the 3rd floor and I asked them, "Is this place haunted?" Explained my situation. They both looked at me like they know what I'm talking about and nodded quietly. And one girl, who I'm going to call Sally, Sally's room is right across from my room. It's 2 doors away to a communal bathroom. And she also shared her own weird experience. One night when she was in the communal bathroom, wrapped herself in a towel with soap and a toothbrush in hand. However, she forgot her shampoo in the room, so she had to go back and get it. Her room was a few steps away from the communal bathroom anyway, so no big deal. Leaving her soap and toothbrush in the bathroom sink. On her way to the communal bathroom, she felt something stuck onto her back. She can feel it wedged between the towels. When she reaches for it, and sort of as it's her toothbrush, she hurried back to the bathroom and looked at the sink, only her soap is there, and scared her a little and waited for somebody to get to the bathroom. Never went into the bathroom alone ever again. Sally said, "I know what happened, and I know what they are, but if you ignore them and act like they don't exist, they'll leave you alone." After that, I took Sally's advice. Went to sleep ignoring it with the lights on as usual. I can still hear it, but eventually stops after 2 days. Never bothered me again. They probably got tired, but word got out and other girls know about my experience, and turns out I'm not the only one. Other girls got their own haunted experience as well. Funny part is during my 2nd year, I moved to the 2-bedroom because a girl I made friends with tested our bravery in that room. And also, you can actually split the rent cost if you have another person in a 2-bedroom. My experience in that room is pretty much nothing, probably because I'm not alone. I left the dormitory in my 4th year because I could no longer afford my rent, and I got in trouble with my aunt and I found another place to stay. I eventually graduated. That experience I will never forget. My UK 1800s house is haunted as fuck, and I'm cooked. I'm really not the person to care about ghost shit, first off. And yeah, it's interesting, but I don't like to see all this freaky shit, but now it's happening to me. Probably 15 years ago, I was about 1 year old. My dad experienced a really strange experience. My mom was away on business, and it was nighttime. He woke up to a literal old man in the corner of the room, sat in the chair. And goosebumps right in this. My dad scream-grabbed me, and my sister went downstairs only to go back up and see no one was there. And fast forward a couple of months. I don't know. My dad was now away for work, and my mom was only home with me and my sister. It's nighttime, we're all asleep, and my mom wakes up the old man leaning over her. Or wakes up to the old man leaning over her. And her reaction was a lot worse than my dad's. She was in literal fear and screaming, begging the old man just back into the corner, and she sprinted to grab us and ran out of the house to call my dad. He answers and basically tells her she didn't want to mention this to her. My dad, he answers and basically tells her she didn't want to mention this to her, as she would have freaked the fuck out. We didn't go back home that night, I believe. I feel like around last year at Christmas is when it kind of started happening again. Things like the Christmas balls falling off the tree, and the tree also falling over multiple times. Even had the loft hatch fly open leading to the attic. And nothing happens for a while until recently there's been freaky shit going on in the house, and keep in mind I'm 16. Everything that happened at the start, I was literally a year old and I don't remember shit. Recently, a picture of my mom and stepdad had been placed upside down. Then it was 6 album covers my sister had on a shelf in her room. They were also upside down. And the final thing that's happened from the day I'm writing this is a love poem that's in a room in my house has been found upside down. The freakiest thing about all of this is everything upside down involves love and heartbreak. So if there's any sort of experts out there, people in general, tell me if this should be a concern or not at this point. Please let me know. It reminds me of those rings that some Irish women I know wear. My house was haunted. Here's my story. Hey guys, this is kind of weird, but I've had it on my chest for a while, and I think more people should hear about it because it terrifies me to this day. So my old house had a kitchen and back room that always felt really creepy to me as a kid. I'd feel a bad, shadowy figure following me around. I'd feel like I was being watched as soon as I stepped into the kitchen, felt my fight or flight become activated. And it was this awful impending doom feeling. There was a glass door attached to the kitchen that went out to the backyard, and occasionally be able to see the figure right behind me in the reflection. And there were also moments where the air around me would suddenly become ice cold, or we'd hear footsteps in our attic, which was never the one that we went in. It got to the point where I wouldn't go into the kitchen or back room in the house alone, and especially at night. Other people also felt terrified without me even telling them how I felt. Excuse me. So I was once in the back room with my friend, and she suddenly broke down and told me that she couldn't be in there anymore, that she wanted to go to the living room instead. Another friend told me that, and she woke up once in my house really dehydrated, but couldn't bring herself to go past the threshold into the kitchen. Then we decided to fix a door to my bedroom, and the repairman pointed out that somebody had previously been dead-bolted in my bedroom from the outside. Then, a couple of years later, my mom decided to tear down the house. They found a bag of cremated remains inside of my wall. A few years after that, my mom and I were in the car talking about construction, and she asked me if I wanted to know the real reason why she decided that we should tear down the house, and not just remodel. Keep in mind, I never even told her, or really anybody, about the shadowy figure or horrible feeling I got in the kitchen. She proceeded to tell me about how she saw this dark figure and felt an evil presence inside the kitchen and back room, and about how she had to get her pastor at the time involved, and they did this whole thing where they announced that her house and the people in it belonged to Jesus. Looking back at it now, I think this story needs to be shared, and also want to know if anybody else experienced something like this in their life. Not her mom. I was around 13. I was hanging out at my best friend's house. We were home alone, completely absorbed in a PS2 game. So when we suddenly heard her mom's voice call out from the front door, "Girls, come help me with the groceries." We both let out a groan. We paused the game, looked at each other, and then sort of shared a sense of annoyance. We yelled back, "Okay, hold on." Made our way to the front door. But when we got there, the door was shut. Confused, we opened it. No one was there, not a single car in the driveway. The street was silent. My friend grabbed her phone and called her mom just to be sure. "I'm still at work," her mom said. "Why?" We didn't know what to say. We had both heard the voice, which was her voice. Sound of grocery bags rustling, and it was unmistakable. Completely impossible. And I also want to mention that my friend has told me about other strange things that happened in the house, like her dog barking in a specific corner for no reason. At one time, she woke up and thought she saw a woman in a wedding gown and just standing in her room. My best friend doesn't live in that house anymore, but to this day, I sometimes drive past it on my way to work, and every time it still sends shivers down my spine. What do you guys think it could have been? Humming man in a suit and a staring lady. So for context, me and my boyfriend tend to walk our dogs late at night due to them being very reactive. Tonight we walked them and left around 12:45 a.m. And our route goes through a graveyard, and we walk around and then to a park. And during walking in the graveyard, I tend to talk to graves, but today I decided to read their names and simply say, "Hope you're resting well," which is a common thing, but haven't taken the time to read them before. Nothing happened in the graveyard, so has no correlation, but I feel the need to mention it. It was around 20 minutes later when we were walking down this long dead-end road, only lit by street lamps. We had a very creepy encounter with a man in a suit humming. It's 1:15 a.m. on a Thursday. We live in a small town, and this is sort of unusual to say the least. Now one of our dogs is reactive, but only to other dogs due to trauma of being attacked, but this time around she reacted to this man, started whining and getting stiff, pulling and trying to bark at him, which she normally only ever does to other dogs. At first we thought she'd just seen a fox, but even then her reacting like that due to a fox being very strange. We carried on, but it's what happened next that made me question how these two encounters may have been a sort of correlation. While walking past this humming suit man, I see what seems to be a woman in baggy clothes, walking in the distance toward us. 2 minutes later, we get in the park, which is fully gated and around a 6-foot barred fence, which is where we let the dogs to go run, and this quote-unquote woman is walking directly past us, very close to this bar fence, just staring at us. I never saw her features, but could very obviously tell that... I never saw her features, but could very obviously tell. This made me hesitate to let the dogs off, and this happened at the bottom of the small field. In the end, she looked forward and carried on walking, so we carried on. Me and my boyfriend started our way up the field toward the entrance, and I was just talking to him about a dream I had when I was younger, and I looked at him and noticed the same woman in the corner of my eye, standing in the pavement outside of the park. Basically, nose against the bars, staring at us, not moving. I said quite obviously, "She's staring at us." My boyfriend turned his head and saw her, and then said quite loudly for the time of the night, "What the fuck?" And as soon as he said this, she turned around in a fast, strange manner and walked away. We didn't see her again, but both of us were very freaked out by these colliding encounters, and very soon headed home. I am a spiritual person, and I feel in my heart that these people weren't human. It could simply be a coincidence, or a man from a fancy dress party and a woman tripping balls. I don't know. If you're drawn to the strange, the creepy, and the unexplained, you're in the right place. Paranormal M tells you tales that send chills straight through your screen, or your ears, or however you're watching. Subscribe and ring the bell. Next episode might be your favorite fear. The veil spoke to me. The tall man of 41st Street. I wish I was joking. And no, this isn't pareidolia. Let me explain why the mythical syntax. It was a dark, somber night. I was 16, naive, anxious, and aware. It was a quarter or 2 past 4 a.m. Parents were sleeping in a room across from me, with kind of snores resonating within the wind beyond the walls. I was up playing Bloodborne, a tale, ironically, about facing the unknown hidden in plain sight. A surge, a flicker, an urge informed me that something from the other side was watching. I brushed it off and I kept hunting. Hitherto, I died in the game. The screen went blank. I gazed at the doorway that leads to the hallway. I realized I wasn't alone. Lo, a tall humanoid figure looms in my doorway, a symbol of premonition and liminality. I felt a fear that could collapse giants like a god whispering in the darkness. I stood up valiantly, enticed by fear, yes, but I did the unthinkable. I stepped inside the entity, and the shrouded this abyss, and embalmed in dread, and I was in a liminal space sort of festered by the veil. A second in the abyss felt like hours. I endured. I was so frightened that I woke my parents up. I don't know what I encountered that night, but I am certain that it was a bleed-through. In mythological terms, this would be considered an omen from the hidden veil, a spiritual realm created by trauma. Entities from the veil are attached to the plane because it contains lots of suffering. They're drawn to that, and perhaps my anxiety that night opened a portal to the unseen, and saw me back. Am I really haunted? So to start off, I'm going to say 2 things. I'm a young woman, and to be honest, yes, I do have a vivid imagination. And 2, some of these stories aren't mine. Don't even know why I'm posting this, but I digress. To give some backstory into my level of belief in spirituality, since I was young, a lot of my family have had vivid dreams. Seeing people that had passed away and figures in our rooms was a common morning conversation topic. Along with that, the seeing the future dreams. Well, so many kids have them. But in particular, I've been told where the worst still are. I suffer from insomnia, and due to this, I tend to have a bunch of night terrors. Worst of all, sleep paralysis. The most common figure I see, this particularly grotesque figure, is looming in my room. It always starts the same. Just as I begin to drift off, I feel the heaviness and the inability to shift my body to even twitch a finger. Just about able to flick open my eyes. Then the tap, tap, tap of liquid hitting the floor at random intervals. And for some reason, I always look up and my senses muffled by the sound of almost muffled screams. He's there every time. It's a full-grown man, fully naked and bare. Now, this would be scary enough for a young woman, but the part that always gets me is his head. It's like the figure had just slaughtered a goat using its head as a mask, and the dripping was blood running down the hair of the goat's face. And to be fair, sleep paralysis is easily explainable, so I'm not worried, but the other stories I have just get more surreal. The one that sticks out the most that I tell at sleepovers or to kids I babysit, it's this time I was home alone. For reference, I didn't know I was home alone. Being a brooding teenager, I'd spent the majority of my day sitting on my laptop and phone, watching hours of mindless internet videos and movies. I moved into this house in 2021, and this took place a year later in the summer of 22. I was 14 or almost 15. My bed at the time was a loft bed. Basically a bunk bed, but instead of another bed underneath, I had a space for a desk to be pushed to one side, and the storage space that I never used. This bed was tall, and I'm 5'9", and had sat up abruptly, and I would have bumped my head in the ceiling. It had just gotten dark enough that I decided it was time to leave my dungeon. Grab something to eat before going straight back to my Filthy Frank videos. I remember sitting up in the dark, pausing my video and rubbing my eyes, and this may sound silly, but you know when you rub your eye, you almost kind of make that rushing sound. Yeah, I thought I heard something, but of course I assumed it was someone downstairs. I closed the laptop, and my dark room no longer had any illumination of any kind. Just as I was grabbing for my phone to use the torch, I heard it clear as fucking day. It sounded like a grown man underneath my bed whispering my name. I had frozen. I was decided. It must have been my older brother just trying to mess with me like always. And again, my name now clearer, almost at speaking volume. I freaked out, wide-eyed but not moving until I willed my legs to push me from where I was sitting upright, the top of my bed, to the bottom, where I swung my legs over the side and dashed down the stairs, searching for my dad. I went downstairs out of breath, and I heard no movement anywhere in my house. Even my dog wasn't inside. Panicking, I grabbed a knife and held it extended in front of me while dialing my dad's phone number. When he picked up, I whispered what had happened, and he told me I was completely home alone. My brother had his friends, and my younger sister had like a birthday sleepover. It was almost a 3-hour drive away, and he told me to call my brother. When I rang my brother, he didn't pick up. Nobody was taking me seriously, so I did the only logical thing. Went back upstairs, flicking on the light as I went, holding my knife. I checked every room, every lock, and every window. No one could have gotten in. After calming myself, I fell asleep on the couch that night. I had the sitting room door locked and my knife at my side. And I know I shouldn't really be as terrified as I think it is, but I tried my best to describe it without making this sound fictional. I have a plethora of stories, but I'll tell you this one is the last one for today. Now, this isn't from my perspective, so I can't describe too much, but please bear with me. My brother, 23 now, and sister, 14 now, they were by themselves about 2 years ago. My brother's 6 foot and goes to the gym, gets in fights on nights out, and he's not really the sort of guy to get spooked. Me and my siblings have a really strong bond, and we have since around 9, when my mom passed away. We were relying on each other. So of course we hang out in each other's rooms, and sometimes sitting in my brother playing whatever game he's currently obsessed with and talking shit. We'll call my siblings E23 and D14, and as they were laughing, D groaned and said something about my annoying laugh being heard across the house. My brother's room is the other side of the house. My room over in the kitchen, and, well, his over Dad's room. He agreed, and he yelled for me to shut up and saying I'm always talking and laughing on the phone. Apparently, I just kept laughing, so, annoyed, Dee stood up and stormed out over to my room. When she opened the door, no one. I was at a sleepover that night. Even if I didn't know that, she called my brother in and they agreed to call me. When they called me, I picked up and I asked in a playful way what they wanted. E seemed shocked and told me to stop hiding. I responded by turning on my camera, showing my friend's sitting room. He hung up a moment later, and I didn't get an explanation until the next day. Safe to say, my siblings don't like my room. It doesn't help that I literally scream bloody murder in my sleep, so they've been joking since that I'm possessed, apparently. I have many more stories if anybody be interested. Let me know, please. I'll try to answer any questions anybody may have. Thank you. Risks of spirit keeping. A vampire encounter. Those not knee-deep in the occult are probably unfamiliar with the term spirit keeping, but the idea is simple. Summon a spirit, bind it to a physical object, then use that object as a tool to communicate with that spirit. When I first encountered a spirit keeping, I was pretty happily barred from the subject. My spiritualities never involved the purposeful summoning of entities, let alone binding them. So I figured this was simply a practice way above my pay grade, and I moved along. Sure as hell wasn't going to be attempting such a thing if I really wasn't sure if I could pull it off. But thanks to the internet, you no longer need to be an educated and disciplined enough occult practitioner to summon and bind your own spirit. You can now buy one. And I should clarify, you aren't buying the spirit. You're paying, essentially, for whatever practitioner you contact to perform the ritual, paying for labor, then paying the cost of whatever object you chose to have the spirit bound to. Not entirely comfortable myself with the distinction, but there it is. I was directed to an old-school internet-type forum and message board. There were 2 people who run the website, as well as a handful of other practitioners. They offer their services, contacting, summoning, and communicating with and consensually binding spirits of various types to various objects. You might purchase a necklace with the ghost of a long-dead human attached to it. You can order a coffee cup haunted by a red dragon. You can even have the spirit bound directly to yourself, not an object at all if you so choose. To say I was skeptical was an understatement. I've had many encounters with otherworldly entities. Some were dead humans, some things were never even human. That many types of spirits exist didn't faze me, but the idea that these people could contact these beings without fail and communicate with crystal clarity with them, identify what they wholly truthfully contain. One of these beings in a trinket and then banish them if need be, well, that would be very impressive if it were true, and so I really doubted that it was. That's an awful lot of contingencies, an awful lot of places to make a mistake or be deceived, and relying on the expertise of a practitioner, I don't know really, and had no way of really holding accountable if they messed up. It was incredibly sus to me. I didn't buy into the idea. and in short, didn't seem worth it to get scammed for hundreds of dollars and in return receive nothing more than a dollar store fake crystal on a shady little chain. But even just a scam where you get nothing better than the alternative, someone successfully summoning something, but they don't know what it is and they can't protect you from it, they mail it on over to your house anyways. I spent some time just kind of browsing the site with increasing distaste. And if these people were lying, that was sad. If they were telling the truth, that left me with some serious ethical reserves about the paying and shipping and handling on an otherworldly entity. I browsed through various ads until I stumbled upon one that caught my eye. Buying a vampire. The listing was one of the two website owners. Someone who was I suppose had an impeccable reputation on the accompanying messaging board. For the small price of 500 real-life American dollars, you could buy your own vampire. You could even choose how old and powerful you wanted it to be. The spirit of a fledgling or an ancient master vampire. I was baffled. Vampires were physical, tangible things. They were former humans inhabiting physical human-like bodies, I thought. Was I going to receive a shitty charm bracelet along with an entire human person? How would they fit that in my mailbox? The physical is apparently a very narrow definition of vampire. As was this person who was describing was a vampire spirit, a spirit that feeds on other spirits. The listing offered little in the way of explanation, and its profile picture was just a swirling brown-red mass, an amorphous blob of sepia tones. The description didn't specify where the spirit would come from, how it got to be the way it was, how to deal with it if it got out of control. I wondered if it came with a warranty, and if it possessed my dad, did I get my money back? If it moved objects around and made me lose my keys, was there an IT specialist I could contact? Well, I was intrigued, and somewhat ironically, but more than that, I'd like to admit genuinely as well. I had moved to a very sort of new and very remote rural place. And the first time moving from home, I'd quit the career field I'd sunk 5 years and thousands of dollars into getting a degree in. I was recovering from major surgery and even more major mental health issues. My partner worked all day while I was home completely alone and isolated. I was lonely, I wished for a friend, and I was Lilo wishing at my bedside for God to give me a sweet little companion. Well, I wish I'd gotten Stitch. What I got instead was a lesson in staying in my own damn lane. In hindsight, I see my mistake crystal clear. I was approaching this website like Amazon. You browse, you buy, you save interesting things in your cart for later. You can leave them no commitment and come back to shore, but Bezos had your data. But other than that, nobody can see what you were doing and you're thinking about getting into. I should have been approaching it like a dating site. If I click your profile, I can see you, but you can see me seeing you too. I chose a necklace attached to the eldest, most powerful, most expensive vampire to it, then saved the listing for later. I had pets and a significant other and other spiritual attachments, so I had a lot of people to discuss the idea with before I invited someone to come live with us. Now, I'm not an especially sensitive psychic person, but my fiancé is. When they got home after working that evening, I could tell they were a bit jumpy. I figured it had been a rough day at work and went through our usual routine. Dinner, play with our pets, watch the news, and then we were finally about to shower. That's when they finally broke up and fessed up. "Have you noticed anything weird today?" they asked me. "No, why?" "This apartment is usually pretty much a dead zone. There's something here today. It might just be passing by, but I don't understand how it got in. We have precautions in place for that." "But can you tell me about it? It isn't here for me, it's here for you. It's not a friend. How do you know? Because it's watching you the way a cat watches a bug, a plaything, prey. What else can you tell? I asked, increasingly nervous, but still not connecting the dots. It's like a brown shadow blob thing. A brown shadow, a thing, not a person. Shit. Pulled up the listing, showed my fiancé the picture attached to the profile, and I said, like this? I asked. What did you do? They cited. Whoops. I began my apology with it. I was explaining I had sort of a kind of pre-ordered a vampire. My fiancé was exasperated with me, and I tried to explain. It was only my card. I hadn't ordered it yet. Do you think that matters to a creature like this? Do you really think that if he took notice of it, it wouldn't take notice of you? You fucking know better. I slumped into feet, and we discussed some ways we might remove the spirit from our house. My partner wanted to banish it with the help of some more powerful spirits we already knew well, and I declined. This was my mess, and I had to be the one to clean it up, and since I had willingly, if unknowingly, invited the vampire here, I'd have to be the one to revoke the invitation. My partner took our pets and headed to the bedroom, while I darkened the living room and sat there by myself. I took a battery-powered tapered candle, like the kind you might use in a window or as a Christmas decoration. If you've ever seen ghost hunters, use a maglite flashlight set to the space between on and off as a communication tool, driving the spirit tap the light and make it work. Same idea. They're all forms of divination, and I'm good with sort of candlemancy. I began to ask the spirit a series of yes or no questions, narrowing down the details of what it was and what its intentions were. Eventually, after half an hour conversation, I was able to ascertain that the spirit was what humans might call a vampire, and that I had opened the door for it to come over, and so it had. Respectfully, I explained my mistake. I hadn't meant to disturb it, and while I had been considering formally inviting it into my life, I now realized I wasn't ready to have that sort of companion. I wasn't a skilled enough magician, and was probably not suited for hosting a spirit at the time, especially one of that magnitude. I asked it kindly to return safely from whence it came. Know that there is no judgment or ill will on my part, and pretty please not return to my space or the space of those I loved. It left. Candle stopped responding. Went back to my bedroom and said it was done. My partner threw a pillow on my head for being an idiot. It was a well-deserved pillow beating. Like the best of them. The next morning I deleted a listing, deleted my account on the website, and blocked the website from my computer so I could never even revisit it even if I wanted to. Fortunately, years later, I've now forgotten the name of the site. Please don't bother asking. Even if it popped up from the recesses of my mind, I wouldn't share it. If you want to get into that sort of trouble, you'll have to seek it out yourself. I think my 100-year-old house might be haunted. I, a 21-year-old female, live with my parents in a century-old house, and I have a piano. It's the real one, not a keyboard, and becomes sort of pertinent later. That's because I studied it professionally before COVID-19. And that being said, there's a family friend we all call once or twice a year to sort of tune said piano. Once while she was working on it, I decided to take a walk around the back to just sort of, well, rather a block, to pass the time and let her do her thing. When I came by, she casually told me, "Oh, by the way, I did an energy cleansing of your house because the piano played a couple of notes on its own. Free of charge, obviously." In the most cool, calm, and collected tone ever, I replied. "Excuse me, what?" She replied, At first, I thought it was a mouse, but I checked and it's not possible. I replied, "Okay, so what's up?" And she casually tells me she thinks it's haunted and she did a cleansing to protect my house. Then she proceeded to show me exactly which notes the piano played by itself. Do and sol, middle octave. Now I'm freaking out, I think, and just pay her. She's on her way out, and eventually I forgot about it until one day when I was doing homework. I heard the exact same two notes. I lost it. Checked the inside for a mouse or anything to explain the notes. They weren't really loud, but maybe motherfucking loud enough that I couldn't have been mistaken. It's been in the back of my head since then, especially when I play. About a month later, I'm getting ready to leave the house when I hear a distinct sound coming from the basement. Now, my house is old, so even if it startled me, I wasn't really scared. However, I was confused because it sounded like the sound of fingers snapping together, like a snap-snap. So I snapped my fingers together twice mentally, just to verify if the sound was similar. It was identical. Felt a shiver, but ultimately shrugged it off until it happened again. But not from the basement this time. Rather, right next to my left ear. It was so close and loud that I'd actually jumped and screamed. I booked it out of my house, my heart racing. Nothing strange happened since, but, well, Chad, am I hoss hounded, or am I just freaked out over old house noises? Unexplainable footsteps and leaves inside our locked home. For context, I'm from Germany. About 5 years ago, my family and I lived in a house next to a church and a graveyard in a small village. I was around 13 years old at the time. My sister was 18. Our house, an old parsonage, is kind of split in two with two entrances. One on the back that had led to the garden and the graveyard, and a main entrance in the front. My sister's and my rooms were on the sort of side facing that garden. To get to the back entrance, you had to walk all the way around to the front of the house and then go through a large sort of event room. So the layout was kind of U-shaped. Now to the actual event. One day my parents went out of town for a wedding, leaving my sister and me alone for 3 days. One night around midnight, we both heard heavy footsteps like somebody wearing boots coming from the event room. It was right next to our side of the house. We were immediately freaked out because all the doors were supposed to be locked. We were both scared and thought maybe it was a burglar or something. I gathered all the courage I had and I just went to the kitchen to grab a knife. Then I walked down the U-shaped hallway to the event room, unlocked the door to check, and I turned the lights on and no one was there. I searched the entire house. I checked every door to make sure it was locked. Didn't find anything. The rest of the night went on as normal, and eventually we went to sleep. When I woke up in the morning and went into the living room, there were leaves scattered all over the house. I don't really believe in ghosts or paranormal stuff, but that night will stay in my memory forever. Still can't explain where the leaves came from or whose footsteps we heard because my sister and I were both in our rooms the entire time. Daughter sees a blue girl in her closet. A few years ago, my wife and I moved into a small apartment with our daughter. Everything was normal for the first 2 or 3 months. Then we began hearing footsteps in the ceiling. Initially, it was written off as an HVAC guy doing work on the ducts or ventilation system. Albeit odd that he would be working at night, as was the usual time frame that this occurrence would begin. It wasn't until it got somewhat a common reoccurrence, rather, of sort of being relatively annoying, went outside to take a look at what they may be working on. That is when I realized that there was no actual attic or anything. It was a flat roof, no room or space for any worker to be scampering around. This caught my attention. I began to pay closer attention to the noises when they would begin. They would generally start over our living room, make a few rounds around the kitchen, and end up moving down the hallway. More often than not, stopping somewhere over our daughter's room, which would be accompanied by her crying and arousal. We spent a little less than a year in that apartment, before renting out a 4-bedroom house for our growing family and accumulation of stuff. By this point, our daughter had grown and was talking somewhat coherent, like the cogs of awareness had begun to crank. She was still babbling and saying whatever she heard us say for the most part. We had, by this point, mostly forgotten about the footsteps, writing it off as odd, and had moved on with our lives. Up until we noticed our daughter had an odd sort of infatuation with our closet, which was pretty spacious. She made it a point that she wanted to play in the closet either with the lights off or as far back into the secondary storage space, which was a second closet, or closet, as we called it, as we could get. This was somewhat unnerving because we thought, ain't nothing in there for you, little girl. However, she insisted and we occasionally relented. And this is when she began speaking to something. The house had a sort of closely interconnected AC ventilation system, and her room, sort of being next to ours, allowed us to pretty much hear everything going on in there. So imagine our surprise and nervous what the fuck reaction when we hear her sort of talking to herself and hearing something talking back. Again, this was written off as a toddler playing with her toys after we put her down to sleep, and speaking perhaps to an imaginary friend. However, it was still unnerving because we would listen to what sounded like a more complex conversation with the 3-year-old playing with Barbie. By this point, the offset feeling of a separate presence and general sense of unease had begun to work its way into our awareness. Fast forward, we get more stuff. We decide we're ready to purchase a home, a nicer, bigger home, pretty new. It's in a new, quiet neighborhood and everything is going great. Until month 3 or 4. I'm downstairs painting. It's when my daughter, who by this time is 4 and finally self-aware, they call me up claiming there's someone there. I told her to hold on, to which she replied, "No, Daddy, in my room." Hell nah, bruh. Hell nah, bruh. Abracadabra. Dad mode kicks in. I storm upstairs, either ready to be beating the snot out of whatever homeless guy broke into my daughter's room, or get my ass handed to me by the robber with the Glock 19. We head upstairs and it's quiet. I ask her what's up and she says, "The blue girl in my closet, Daddy." She pointed to her open closet. House is dead silent. I get a bad feeling from the closet. She says, "Go look." Sorry, kiddo, but I'm not good on that. Don't judge me, but I've seen enough paranormal activity to know that it is not what I should do. So I ask her to lead the way. Hand on her shoulder, ready to yank her out of the closet should I get the faintest whiff of tomfoolery. She looks in and is genuinely confused and goes sifting through her clothes. "I don't know where she is. She was right here," pointing to the space between the hanger rack and the clothes. Just enough space for a face, and only a face to appear out of my 4-year-old, and, well, hell no. I tell her to stay out of the closet, and there's nothing in there that she needs to be entertaining, and keep her with me for the rest of the day. And at this point, I'm shaken up a little bit, but Daddy's a big boy, and there's nothing a solid slug out of my double-barreled 12-gauge Lucy can't handle. Should it come to that. Or so I was telling myself to reassert my dominance as the primary force in our home. This goes on and off and eventually breaks for a little bit, till this morning. My wife calls me, puts my daughter on the line, and tells her to repeat what she told her. The blue girl opened my closet last night and snuck in. She was looking at me all night. She said I'm bad and that Dustin, her newborn son, isn't cute. She's blue and she has a blue head. Upon asking her the detail what about this blue girl looked like, she goes quiet, pointing at the ceiling, and says, "Her head is blue up there." Upon asking how tall she is again, only pointing a finger at the corner of the ceiling, we ask her where she is right now. She followed Daddy outside this morning. Great. Fantastic. Thanks, kid, and Daddy really appreciates that. With all of this, I've begun sort of picking up an old habit of hers, namely her tendency to want to play in our closet with her friend. I assumed it was her stuffed cat that she insists is by her side at all times, and it's essential that the lights are off when she does. And yeah, our closet, go figure, lured that thing directly to where it kept my undies. But anywho, I'm curious as to what route I should take. Should I set up a ring camera or something? I've heard about white sage, but my wife shut that down because she claims it just kicks everything out of the house and opens the space for unnecessary invitations for any entity. My buddy said his grandpa is a pastor, owes him a favor for building him a swing set. I'm afraid that if he screws up whatever process he would go about to boot this thing out of my home, I'd pay taxes on it. It's going to be maybe something to make the situation worse. Anybody have any similar experiences, and if so, how did it turn out, or what have you done to deal with it? Unless the floating blue head that talks smack to my daughter starts helping me with the mortgage, I want a solution. Obviously, whatever quarrel it has is between my daughter and it, but I don't really like the idea of my daughter being tormented by anything, paranormal or not. Never considered myself a super religious person or anything. I do believe in the paranormal to a considerable extent. Any help or suggestions would be appreciated. Who was the figure in my parents' room? When I was a small child, around 2 years old, I used to sleep in my parents' bedroom. They had set up my little bed in the corner of the room, a small sanctuary kind of just for me. But for a long time, I slept there without any trouble. But then the night sort of turned restless. I'd wake up crying and whimpering, night after night, until my mother couldn't bear the mystery of it any longer. One night she decided to switch places with me. She lay down in my small bed while I slept in a large double bed beside my father. And that night I slept soundly for the first time in weeks. My mother, however, woke up in the dead of night. She felt a hand gently caressing her cheek. When she opened her eyes, she saw a figure hovering above her, a human-like shape in the darkness, stared down at her, ghostly and silent, its touch strangely tender. She didn't feel threatened, only watched. The next night she put me back into bed, but my sleep was still haunted. I would wake up trembling with that same feeling that I wasn't alone. And one night I opened my eyes and saw him, the man without legs. He floated in the air, just below the ceiling, directly across from me near the mirrored wardrobe. His glowing eyes never wavered from mine. He didn't move and didn't speak, just stared at me every night. Sometimes I'd see him lying atop the wardrobe, peering down at me with those faintly glowing eyes. My fear of him grew until I began to tell my parents about the man without legs. Now I didn't want to sleep in that bed anymore. My mother's reaction was strangely calm. She told me it wasn't dangerous. that he was there to protect me, and at the time I didn't understand what she meant. It was only when I was much older that she told me the truth. Her brother had died many years before I was born. Struck and killed by a train. Still, she didn't put me back in my own little bed, and instead they got rid of it and replaced it with a large family bed where I slept with my parents from then on. My brothers, who were often scared at night too, they'd sometimes join us there, and it became a space where we could all feel safe. My brothers too knew of him. They usually slept in the room across the hall and told me that sometimes in the middle of the night they would see the man without legs peeking out from my room, hovering just beyond the door and watching them from around the corner. When I turned 4, I moved out of my parents' room and into my own room. The man vanished. Never saw him again, but the house remained restless. Doors would swing open on their own, and objects moved or disappeared, and footsteps echoed in the darkness. As I grew older, I tried to convince myself that the man had been nothing more than a figment of a frightened child's imagination. Years passed. When I was older still, I moved into my parents' old bedroom myself. And at first I was terrified, afraid that if I laid down in that room again, I'd see him, and just like I had when I was little, I told myself it was all in my head. Then came the day when my young niece, only 2 years old, needed a quiet place to nap. Normally, she'd sleep in my mother's room, but the neighbor was mowing the lawn outside that window. My mother laid her down in my room instead. As my niece lay in my bed, she began to wave up at the wardrobe, laughing and smiling, and asked, "Who's the man up there?" She pointed straight at the top of the wardrobe. My mother simply told her it was a visitor and stayed with her until she fell asleep. When she told me this later, it made my skin crawl. Ever since then, I haven't been able to keep anything on top of that wardrobe. And for a while, I tried to fill the space with boxes or old badminton rackets and bags and odds and ends, just to convince myself that there's no room for anything to hover there. But it didn't matter. Those objects would come flying down, hurling themselves at me with inexplicable force, as if somebody was angrily sweeping them away. No matter how carefully I stacked the boxes, how securely I tucked everything in, they'd still come crashing down. In the end, I gave up, and clearly, the top of the wardrobe entirely was affected. Better to leave it empty than to be constantly struck by things seemed to have this sort of will of their own. And even now, after all these years, I haven't seen him again since that last night when I was 4. But the memory of that dark figure, those glowing eyes in the shadows, and the feeling of being watched, still lingers in the corner of my mind, a ghostly echo of a man who never really left. Years later, I asked my mother how she could put me back in that bed after what she'd seen and felt. She told me that when she woke that night to find the figure hovering above her, she hadn't been afraid, and in the darkness, she hadn't seen her brother's face, but she felt his presence in a way that she could recognize, like a final farewell. Her brother had loved children, and often told her he didn't understand how anybody could bring them into such a cruel world, saying it would drive him mad if he couldn't protect them. Mother believed with all her heart that it was maybe his spirit watching over us, and that's why she let me sleep in that bed again, trusting that the man without legs meant no harm. And to this day, I don't know who the man without legs really is. Maybe he's just my uncle watching over me. Or maybe he's something else entirely, something more sinister that's been in my family's house all along. All I know is that I haven't seen him since I was 4, but I've never been able to shake the feeling that he's still there, just out of sight. Ghost Car Encounter. This took place in Puerto Rico in 1999. It was 2 o'clock or 3 a.m., My friend and I were in my car. We're driving back from a punk show in the southern part of the island. Got off the highway and into the mountain roads that led us back to our hometown. And those roads are spooky as hell. If you ever saw them, you'd agree. There's strange things hiding there. They're desolate and foggy. Nothing but swamp or jungle for miles. But anyways, I was driving, we were listening to music. Talking the usual stuff we'd talked about after a show. The bands and people we saw and assholes in the pit that we wanted to punch the next time we saw them. After a while of driving in the dark road, we saw a car coming up behind. The car reached us and seemed to be speeding. Moved the car to the right and slowed down and allowed the car to pass us. But it didn't. It came right up the back bumper of the car. Started following us super closely. That's when I hit the gas and I tried to speed away. And the car kept very close to us. Turned off its headlights. After 5 seconds or so, it turned them back on and kept doing this for a long distance, turning its lights on and off. Had high beam lights on so I couldn't see who it was, but it was chasing us, sticking to my back bumper like a pit bull. Faster I went, the faster it kept up. Then it passed us, braked, blocked the road, hit the brakes, and both cars just stood there. And back in those days, I was in college, and during the day I worked at sort of a parking lot company, doing parking lot security and valet parking. Part of my job was writing down the brand, model, and years of cars that entered the parking lot. So you could say I knew cars pretty well back then. This was no car I've ever seen. Best I could explain, that car that was there was like a very generic-looking sedan. Couldn't tell if it was a Toyota or a Honda or a Mitsubishi or even an American or Japanese or European. It was just a car. A weird blank one. It was white with no license plate. No clear view of the person driving. And we all saw there being a figure with no real face. We immediately thought, oh shit, we're getting carjacked. Sat in the car, just sort of panicking, planning what to do, and I thought about ramming into it. Didn't know if they'd start shooting at us. Mess would turn into even bigger mess. Wasn't about to lose our lives for a car. If they wanted my car, they could take it. Our plan was to leave the car, on with the keys, and get out and run toward the swamp. We'd just let them have the car if they wanted it. And just then, the car straightened itself back on the road, stood there for a bit and drove away and disappeared. When I mean disappeared, I mean just that. Faded away and vanished. No sign of it all. We sat there in disbelief and we were all like, what the fuck was that? I was a smoker back then, so we both lit an enormous shaking cigarette and smoked a while in that dark road. After a while, a car passed us, a normal car. So we decided it was safe to drive again and made our way back home. We talked about the usual stuff we'd talked about after an unusual encounter, what we saw and logical explanations. Assholes in the pit that we wanted to punch the next time we saw them. Australian spirits. My partner and I have both lived in various places around the East Coast and Southern Australia. He believes that something's been following him since he was a child. He doesn't often give a voice to what it is. I started to notice things about 8 or 9 years into our relationship, so we moved into a very old property in south of Australia. It was a very old and dilapidated house, but it was super cheap. About 3 weeks into weird stuff started happening. Like pool cues would suddenly fall down. Doors would slam that were open. Maybe just the wind, but it was sort of an old drafty house. And then really weird stuff started, like waking up in the middle of the night to every tap in the house blasting full on. Lights that wouldn't turn off. like the switch was broken, but then worked when I tried to show my partner. My partner woke up to us using the toilet one night to find like 50 feral cats in our living room, despite 3 dogs sleeping in our room that never reacted at all. His brother had left a window open and had sort of scattered out of it. Just general weird coincidences that I sort of blew off and didn't give much energy to. And I am an atheist and don't really give much credit to the afterlife or gods. But we had a friend come over that said her house creeped him out, and, well, basically, as soon as we had said about the taps, the pool cues leaning in the corner all fell over in the opposite direction like they had been pushed. He was like, "Fuck this. I'm out." He refused to come back to our house. We eventually moved to Brisbane. Oh, and things were fairly normal. Till one night, both of us were startled awake in the middle of the night, and he said to me, "Did you see him?" For a second, standing there next to me, I had seen an approximately 20-something looking bare-chested Aboriginal man with shoulder-length curly hair. He was holding a wound-up rope. He smiled and vanished. I didn't get the feeling that he meant to harm, but still scared the crap out of me. Told my partner what I had seen, and he said it was exactly what he had seen too. A few years later, we had our eldest son, moved back to Adelaide. He would have terrible nightmares, but usually would come to me for a cuddle and be fine. When he was around 2, he came hysterically crying and screaming out of his room, running like a demon was on his tail around the house, saying the man. He was inconsolable for hours. Now it's happened again. Recently, the dog has been staring at the roof. He'll start randomly barking or growling, and I just figured maybe a bird or a possum was on the roof. Yesterday, my second son, who's 4, started screaming that there's a man with a black face and a green jacket. They're underneath the table and staring at me. He said he's gone now. That's when I went to look. Does anybody have any idea on why something would attach itself to us? My partner believes his following him is some super weird stuff happened when he was a kid. His mother used to dabble in some weird things long ago, too. Like white magic, apparently. But she's pretty nuts, so who knows? So maybe she did something to encourage this, but we have no clue why something like that would even bother us. Something watched me through the window, and it didn't leave. This happened back in 2019, just a few months after I, an 18-year-old female at the time, graduated high school. I wasn't in a good place mentally. I was depressed and confused about my future, staying in most days with no drive or motivation. That summer was a blur of sleepless nights and trying to distract myself from everything I was feeling. It was a Friday evening around 5 p.m. I had just gotten home from bowling with my family and decided to have a solo movie marathon. I dimmed the lights in my room, closed the door, grabbed my laptop, and started binging action movies. Everything was normal and quiet and peaceful even. 2 or 3 hours into my movie spree, I caught something strange in my peripheral vision. Someone was staring at me through the window. My heart dropped like a stone. I snapped my head toward the window. The figure was gone, just swallowed by the shadows outside. And I live in a quiet residential area, and my room is on the first floor, but our backyard's fenced off, and no reason anybody should be there. I tried to rationalize it, and maybe I imagined it. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Just a combination of sleep deprivation and movie-induced paranoia. I forced myself to shrug it off, and I kept watching. And around 7 p.m., I called my best friend, let's call him Dante, an 18-year-old male. FaceTime for a while. We just talked about random stuff, and I debated telling him about the thing I saw. felt kind of stupid, like I was being dramatic or overthinking, so I kept it to myself. When we hung up, something changed in the air. I felt a sharp, uneasy pang in my stomach. It was like a warning, like my body knew something I didn't. Then I heard it, a whisper right by my ear. Go to bed. And again, faint but distinct, go to bed. Chills spread through me. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, inside my head or outside. Something told me I should listen. I laid down, pulled the covers up, and tried to shut my eyes. But the moment I did, my heart started racing uncontrollably. Dread spread over like a heavy, wet blanket, and something felt very wrong. Through the corner of my eye, I noticed something moving in the room, a dark mist hovering near the door. I was frozen, completely paralyzed. My body was heavy and unresponsive. And that's when I saw her. Reflected in the base of my lamp was a woman, pale-skinned, long black hair, wearing what looked like a beige or off-white dress. Her nails were long and twisted, and she was standing on the right side of my bed just watching me. She didn't walk. She glided slowly across to the other side of my bed, eyes locked on me like I was a thing or something she owned. My heart was thudding so violently I thought it might stop. I could feel tears welling up and slipping down my face. I wanted to scream, to cry for help, but I was trapped in my own body. Then the bed creaked loudly. I didn't want to look, forced my eyes toward the lamp's reflection again. She was inches away from me on the bed, right beside me. I squeezed my eyes shut and I kept repeating in my head, she's not here, she's not real, she's not real. But it got worse. I felt something touch me, her hand and fingertips dragging slow, arm and nails like razors. Every place she touched burned, like acid was eating through my skin. It was agony, slow, methodical, and intentional, like she was savoring it. Then just as suddenly I heard a voice, a different one. Are you awake? It was my mom. She opened the door, and that instant the presence vanished. I checked the lamp's reflection again, and gone. I was soaked in sweat, heart racing, still frozen in place. Mom looked at me like I was a ghost. She said I was pale as a sheet, eyes wide like I'd seen something unspeakable. That's because I had. I'd never saw that woman again, but to this day I still can't explain what happened. I wasn't asleep, and I know I was awake. And the touch, the whispers, the pain, every second of it burned into my memory. I don't know what she was, but something came into my room that night and wanted me to see it. I'm scared what's actually happening. So I've never been a person who believed anything paranormal, but recently I'm seeing things happen I have no explanation for. I'm scared. My house is relatively new. Lived here for about 6 years. Moved in after it was built. I've had pretty much no problems with it until recently. So this happened just 10 minutes ago. One of the more explainable things, but anyway. I was texting a friend and went downstairs to get some snacks. I was home alone until a few minutes ago and usually just leave my door open when I do so. When I walk back upstairs, I see a fully closed door until the handle starts to turn and opens again before slamming shut. A few seconds after, I hear some weird clicking noise from my room. Honestly, never heard this before. Had no open windows in my room at the time, so at first I was really confused. Then I got really scared once I processed what happened. But this isn't the only time something like this has happened. A couple of weeks ago, I'm home alone. Went to my mom's room to borrow a hair tie. Left the door completely open as I normally do because I was just going to grab one and then leave. I turn my back to go get one and I hear the door shut. but I think it's just the wind, so I continue to get going to get a hair tie. When I get one, I turn around to leave, but I see not only the door closed, but locked, and it locks from the inside of the room. So I was kind of freaking out, like, who is in the room with me? The lock's actually pretty hard to use. It gets stuck unlocked and stuff, so it takes a pretty good amount of force to lock it. And of course, after this, really happened, I left immediately. Another example is not one I experienced, but my little brother, when he's 10. So he's in his room playing with toys, while all of a sudden he heard a loud noise coming from his closet. A walk-in closet, by the way. He goes to check it out and sees 2 toys are sitting in the middle of the closet decapitated. And I was the only person who was home aside from him, so he went to me crying as his toys were broken and showed me the decapitated toys sitting in the middle of the closet. Now, I can't be sure how true this is because a 10-year-old told me it, but honestly, it freaks me out. Another thing I've seen happening is stuff flying off the middle of tables. Like, for example, I'm sitting in my room drinking some tea and doing my homework. I got up to go take a break and sat down on my bed, and then a few minutes later, I watched the mug filled with tea fly off the middle of my desk into the ground. The mug broke and the tea was spilled all over the floor. So this was really annoying to clean up, and it's not the only time this has happened. I watched other stuff fly off the tables and shelves, and most of the time it's not something light like a book or something, but stuff that's actually kind of heavy. One example is a couple of days ago when I woke up super suddenly and felt panicked like the way you feel waking up from a nightmare. Except I hadn't had a nightmare. I immediately checked the time and it was 4 a.m. Not even a few seconds later, I watch a heavy box that I even struggled to carry fly off the middle of my desk and land in the middle of my room. It was as if it weighed nothing. It caused a very loud crashing sound, but nothing in the box was damaged. Thankfully, just the box itself. Magrath, Alberta ghosts. Before renovating my basement, it was completely empty. Perfect area for me to use my VR. One night I'm downstairs in my headset, which is wireless. I felt fingers graze my mid-back before grabbing my shirt and tugging me back. The tug was forceful enough that I stumbled back. So of course I thought it was one of the people I lived with. When I took the headset off, no one was there. I was in the corner of the room and I got a weird feeling in my stomach and ran back upstairs. Another time I'm home alone with the dog in my lap and I was on the phone. I heard my own voice call out, "Come here," from either upstairs or in the basement. The stairs are next to each other. Got a similar feeling as the previous story, but ignored it. But my dog perked up and started staring at the stairs and growling. Weirded me out, and I picked him up and went outside. A similar thing with the voice and dog things have happened. Once I heard running back and forth in the hallway upstairs. My dog did a similar thing with growling. The running stopped at the top of the stairs. My dog went nuts. Went outside, only the other person I live with has heard the voice. I was upstairs in my room with my headphones on, completely silent. Got a text from them asking if I was singing, and I wasn't. Replied telling them no, and they told me they heard my voice singing from the basement. There was a lot of negativity around my household before these experiences even took place. A lot of depression and anger and some more personal issues. This makes me believe whatever's in my home is an egregore. Only thing that wouldn't make sense is when we lived in the house for only a couple of years, I'm sitting in the midsection of the stairs, chatting with the housemaid, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a crooked shadow person run into the room at the end of the hall. It's not the only shadow, it's the most memorable one. Break-in or shadow figure. At the time of my experience, I was 22. I was living in the outskirts of Council Bluffs. It was the winter of 2020 or 2021, can't remember. Growing up, I used to wake up in the middle of the night to see things. Generally, I would see spiders or rats or bugs, as I'd wake up and they'd run off under pillows or maybe the closet or dark part of the room. I always thought it was some sort of sleep paralysis, and I could always move, and while living in Iowa as a traveling construction worker, these experiences became more and more scattered. One weekend after a heavy snowstorm, we shut down the project. I decided to do shrooms for the first time. I did way too much for somebody with no drug experience. Did them around 11 a.m. and felt normal by 6 and 7. When I laid down at night, I was exhausted from my day. But before I continue, I'd like to say I always shut my bedroom door and locked the front door. Woke up in the middle of the night and a figure of a man was standing at the foot of my bed close to my door. I immediately reached for the gun in my dresser drawer. I flipped back around to see the man gone, bedroom door open and no noise in the house. I searched the house and found nothing. I checked at the front and the back door to see if there were footprints in the snow, and there's nothing. Brush this off as a lasting effect of the shrooms affecting my already occurring issue. However, a week later, a neighbor knocked on my door and invited me to a poker game to organize a watch. I asked, why now? He informed me that there had been a string of break-ins down the road, and to this day I don't know if a man was standing at the end of my bed, and I've since moved, and now these occurrences happen more often with no drug use. I wake up fully able to move and hear what sounds like people running through my house, and even whispers. It's terrifying, I don't know what to do. Weird things that happen to me. So I'll tell 3 things that happened to me. They're kind of paranormal. The first one is a strange shadow. Happened maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but I still remember it clearly. I finally got home after school, went to my bedroom, did some stuff, and I wanted to eat something. So I did, and I started walking down the stairs. When I was going into the kitchen, this random shadow appeared, but it's not a shadow like a sort of tall thing, like a normal floor shadow. Let me explain it better. When I entered the kitchen, the light was off. There was still light from the window, and the light behind me was on. So supposedly there should be a shadow in front of me, right? Right. Anyway, there was a shadow, like a big one on the floor, right in front of me. I got scared and got out of there. But just right after I decided to enter again, and guess what? There was no shadow. Just mine, a normal one, very light, you know. And yes, there was no one inside the kitchen, so that couldn't be it. I really don't know. Time to time, I like to recreate it and see if I can see the shadow again, but guess what? Never happens. And this was the first paranormal thing that happened to me. The second one was 3 years ago. I was at school and didn't have any classes, so I was with a friend. She and I were sat down at a table, and I think we were just talking until we heard a loud clap noise in our ears. We heard it, and it wasn't just me. Both looked behind us, and nothing. Because guess what? Behind us was just a plain old wall. There wasn't any people close enough to do that because the sound was so loud and close to our faces. Like I said, there was no one close, and those who were close were probably unfazed. Probably because they thought that it was somebody who clapped.